Thank you very much, and good evening all. I'd like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Inuit Cree, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. I'd like to introduce the members of the panel this evening via Zoom. We have Lynn Nesbitt and Kira Penner, and myself, I'll be chairing. My name is Mike Colatruglio. From the assessment department, we have Merrick Froelich, and the administrative personnel tonight is Fran Picotto. To the Zoom participants of the hearing, please note that you are placed in the waiting room until your property is called upon. When it is your turn, you will be admitted into the meeting. Kindly follow along on the City of Winnipeg's Border Revision YouTube channel for the hearing process. Once the host submits you into the hearing, please close or mute your YouTube player. You will then be permitted to speak with respect to your property. Once your hearing has concluded, you can leave the meeting. We will be hearing application for a revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested has been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by council and is independent of it and the city administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decision with respect to the application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of King's Bench if matter pertains to the application of exemption from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all evidence about the application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all participants have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You'll receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. We'll be hearing items 1 and 2 on our docket today. Ms. Picotto, please affirm the assessors and the applicant's testimony.
Mr. Assessor, please state your full name.
Merrick Froelich.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. We'll do Mr. Mercury first. Mr. Applicant, please state your full name.
James Mercury.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Bailey, please state your full name.
Robert Harold Bailey.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Froelich, I believe you have a brief for 870 Lagimodiere Boulevard. I also note that there is a recommendation on that particular property, as well as a non-co-op problem with it. So if maybe you do the quick introduction, and then we'll move to the non-co-op information, and we will make our decision after that, sir.
Sure thing. File number is 24-189. Roll number is 0603005500. Property is 87 Lagimodiere. And some general property characteristics. Building has been built between 1964 and 2021. We have an effective year built of 1989 to in 1989. Wall heights range from 8 feet to 36 feet. We have a leasable area of 445,000 square feet. Recommendation has been made and has been rejected by the applicant for the 2026 year. And at this point, I'd like to present the information with regard to non-compliance.
Go ahead.
On page 2 of my brief, there's a request for information that was done. In 2021, we did receive the mailer on a timely basis. However, in 2022, we did not. Subsequently, on page 2, you can see the first letter that we sent out on April 13th, 2023, sent to Maple Leaf Consumer Foods Incorporated and Financial Drive, Mississauga. On page 3 is the information with regards to income, rental income and expenses with a due date of May 4th, 2023. And subsequently, there's a continuation of that information on page 4 with regards to where the applicant would sign and whatnot. On page 5, June 2022, a registered letter was sent out on June 9th. Right below the city of Winnipeg emblem, you could see the tracking number. Also sent out to the same address at Maple Leaf Consumer Foods Incorporated. That's 6995 Financial Drive. And on page 6, you can see the due date of June 30th, 2023. On page 7, you can see that the due date for June 30th, 2023 is listed on both aspects of it. So for the actual June 22nd mailer was sent to the owner, was received by the owner on June 12th, 2024, after the 2025 assessment values are sent out. On the bottom of page 7, you can see how the subsequent signature card and the delivery confirmation was sent to us by the applicant, that was signed on June 30th, 2023, that was received, and then subsequently showing us we did receive the 22 mailer on June 12th, 2024. So what happened after the property owner had realized they made an error, they sent us the income and expense information for 2022, but unfortunately it was late. And if you look at the bottom of page 8, you'll see the signature signed by Sonia Vance. She's the finance leader. And you can see on the phone number and subsequently the date that this was sent to us was June 12th, 2024. On the top of page 9, you can see the signature that was received by the assessment that's in our system. And you can see the confirmation of delivery that was in our system. Unfortunately, there's been a history of non-compliance with this property owner for a very long period of time, and just here's a history of all the times they've been non-compliant. They've been non-compliant in 2020, 2017, and 2015. So there's a pattern here of them not completing the income and expense mailer on a timely basis. They did send us the 2023 mailer, which we were happy for. And on the bottom of the documentation, you could see that it was sent to us on May 13th, 2024. At that time, they probably realized that they didn't send us the 2022 mailer. However, by the time they sent us the mailer for 2022, the assessment roll had gone out for 2025. On page 12, there was a 15-1 agreement signed for this property for the realty appeal in 2014. And there's an issue here of non-compliance, which was accepted by the applicant. Jamie Mercury was on it at the time. And then it was crossed out and signed by someone else. I don't know all the details. And it also shows the non-compliance that was a part of it. So if you're dealing with the 2014 appeal, the reference date is April 1st, 2012, and we'd use the 2011 email, 2011 income and expense mailer for that assessment roll period. For information's sake, for the 2014 value of $4 rent was used for this property. That
Yes,
concludes my
Mr.
formal presentation with regards to non-compliance.
Thank you very much. So Mr. Froelich, just so that I understand, you had sent out for the 2022 roll year or the year 2022, correct?
We made the request for the 2022 mailer on April 9th of 2023.
And that is on page
Page 2.
2.
So that was the first letter that we sent out with regards to our request for the 2022 mailer.
And you didn't receive anything from them until what date?
Until June of 2024. And that could be seen on page 8.
Want to verify that, please? Just give me a moment. June 12th of 2024, correct?
Yeah.
All right.
Which was 1 month after we received the 2023 mailer.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Mercury, do you have any idea why your client is doing this, sir?
I can speak to that briefly, but if I may just ask Mr. Froelich just a couple of questions in response to his submission, and then I can provide a response to your question.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Froelich, thank you for that information. And I'm just looking at page 2 of your brief, and you have the mailer April 13, 2023. And this is the standard request form that goes out. You see that?
Yep, on
Okay.
the top or on the bottom of page 2?
It's the first paragraph. Yes, the April 13, 2023 letter.
Yep.
Page 2, sorry.
Yep.
The assessment department will be well familiar with this property, would know that it's an owner-occupied facility and has been for several years.
Yeah, and 65% of our properties are owner occupied.
Okay, yeah, so this one, the city would know without even sending this mailer that there's no income generated by this property, correct?
My obligation as a city assessor for the city of Winnipeg is to ask for non-compliance if the property's worth $500,000, $5 million, or $50 million.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but it'll be a very long evening if we don't answer the question specifically. So you were aware that there's no income from this property already?
There is no income for this property, but there's an obligation to complete the income and expense mailer on a timely basis.
Okay, so, and with respect to the expenses, you did see it completed late, albeit late, that those expenses that are reported would be largely in relation to the heavy machinery and equipment in that facility. So you wouldn't be using their hydro expenses, for example, or their water expenses to help you value the property?
Yeah, I have no control over what they send us or they don't send us.
Well, that wasn't the question though. Like the information there, there's nothing in that material that would assist the assessment department in coming to a value for this property, would it?
Well, we look at all, well, when we have no control over what the applicant sends us or whatnot. So if they want to include their business operational expenses, that's their prerogative. But we're looking at that, and if it seems out of whack, it's just like when we review all mailers, there are circumstances that take place where management fees are 20%. In situations like that, we're not going to include a 20% management fee as the expenses when we do our model.
I understand that.
I guess at the end of the day here, gentlemen, Mr. Mercury, you're asking whether it's relevant to get information from an owner-occupied location. And Mr. Merrick, I believe you're trying to suggest that it is irrelevant whether it's owner occupied or not. Is that not the case, sir?
That's the legislation that we work
Okay.
under, yes.
So,
Okay.
so just to confirm what you're asking, so you didn't receive the information and you returned the assessment at $37,956,000, so just shy of $38 million. That would represent approximately $11 to $12 million increase from the last cycle, Mr. Froelich?
Well, and that was, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so what you're asking for clarity from the Board of Revision is if the deferral request is made, that you're asking that as a result of not completing this form, that Maple Leaf will be required to pay taxes on that assessment of $37,956,000, which you are asking the board to reduce your own initiative to $34,686,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, those are my only questions for Mr. Froelich. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Nesbitt, any questions from you at this time?
Mr. Froelich, does the City of Winnipeg Assessment Department send letters to every income producing property or every commercial property in the city of Winnipeg, regardless whether it's owner occupied or tenanted?
To my knowledge, we do, yes. It would be sent to the property owner.
Okay. And that section under the act is, I guess the prerogative is under section 16 of the Assessment Act?
Yeah, that's correct.
And it does refer to any income or expense related to the use or operation, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And the address that you sent it to, is that the address on title?
Yes, it is.
It's the address where the property tax bill goes also?
Yep.
And previous,
Yeah.
previous
Well,
correspondence?
what's unfortunate about the situation is that, you know, it's the same person that's been signing the mailers, you know, since 2020.
Okay,
And so
thank you.
the 2020 mailer that we received was signed by the same person.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Froelich. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Penner, any questions at this point?
No questions for me, thank you.
Thank you very much. So at this point, we are going to go in camera and make a decision as to whether we're going to grant this or not.
Yeah, do I have an opportunity to just briefly speak to it before you do
Yeah,
that?
if you've got something more to add, I would.
Yeah, I had some questions. Just a couple of comments, Mr. Chair, in response to your question that you had earlier. In fairness, I have spoken to, or we'd communicated with Maple Leaf, and it's true that was provided. The information was provided not until June of 24, but that was a result of the accounting staff looking online. They were preparing the more current assessment. They just happened to notice that it was missing and then provided it. The concern that we have here, and I do acknowledge that there has been previous non-response to these requests for information. The concern we have is not only on this matter, but several others we've dealt with in the past, is that quite clearly the assessor has a discretion as to whether this should be brought forward to the board, and hence the reasons for my questions. There is a rather shocking increase in value. We'll deal with that later, from the previous cycle, essentially the same property. The board had determined it was $26 million and change. The assessor has brought that up to almost $38 million in a 2-year period, and is essentially asking Maple Leaf to pay taxes on an assessment which the assessor himself acknowledges is at a minimum too high by at least close to over $3 million. And none of that valuation is based on the information that could have or even is in the mailer. Everyone knows it's an owner occupied property, and the expenses that are there are really not relevant at all to the assessment at the end of the day. And the result of this is if the board grants the deferral order, it will result unquestionably in a very severe penalty to Maple Leaf that is, I would suggest, grossly disproportionate to what the city is saying was a non-compliance. It's at least a couple $100,000 for my, brief math, brief overview of this. So there is a discretion, and I do have concern that there's no exercises of that discretion before these requests are made. So those are my only comments to you, Mr. Chairman, and subject to any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think at this point, at least from my perspective, I've heard both sides of the positions they're taking. I appreciate the position that you're in, Mr. Mercury, and I certainly appreciate the department's position at this point. So we will deliberate, and we'll be right back. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And welcome back, everyone. We have deliberated in private, and we are granting the non-co-op on this particular issue. So, Mr. Mercury, at this time, could you give us your presentation, sir?
Yes, thank you. So we have, just to make sure you have all of the material before you, I expect you do. There's a large PDF document was prepared by Mr. Bailey that we've submitted. It's just want to make sure everyone has that. It's the large, I believe it's 254 page PDF should have.
Okay, I believe there are two documents that we've been provided. One says applicant brief number 1. That seems to be a smaller file. And then applicant brief number 2, that's the larger file.
Yeah, so they're really duplicative. The first one was just missing a couple of appendices, so I had resubmitted it. So you don't need to refer to both. It should be, if you pull up the second one, I think it's if you look at the PDF page numbers, it should be 254 pages. Is that?
I see that, sir. So yes.
Okay, so just, you don't need to refer to the other one, the earlier one. It's just that one.
Fair enough. Go ahead.
You can refer to. Okay, so Mr. Bailey is with us, and he is a evaluator and with many years of experience, and has been dealing with the Maple Leaf property for many cycles, and is well known to Mr. Froelich and others in the assessment department. And I'm going to allow Mr. Bailey, for the most part, to go through his report with my guidance and take you through his valuation. Some of this report, it's a lengthy document, but you'll be happy to know we will not be going through every page of it. Some of it is just there for reference more than anything. So with that, Mr. Bailey, if we could maybe just go, I know you have your report, and what we could do is just start with a very brief description of the property and the layout and so forth, and a general background for the board as to the subject property we're dealing with. And we're looking at, I know you have a series of photographs starting at page 5, and maybe you want to take us through those.
I do have a question though, because before you go through the presentation, I had noticed there was some post-reference material that was in the documents and some comparison of assessments that
Yes.
I think not be included in the presentation.
Okay, and so I saw that. To the extent there's anything from 2024, we won't rely on it. Yeah, I think that was your concern, Mr. Froelich, that you had identified. In terms of the other assessments that are there, we're not relying on other assessments per se. It's just for information on some of the comparables that have been provided. So we're not asking the board to compare assessments.
And we will use the appropriate amount of weight on those, knowing that they are post-reference. So your objection is noted, and we will be mindful to not observe that information. So, Mr. Bailey, if we could have your presentation at this time, thank you.
Very good. As you're probably aware, 870 Lagimodier is a very atypical industrial building. It's very large. It's built over almost 60 years. And it was built and has continually changed over its life. It has always been a food processing plant. It previously had slaughtering capacity that it no longer has. And today it relies on three basic products, producing three basic products, which are hams, bacon, and sausages. The pictures on page 4, which I think will appear on the PDF page 5, are from a number of different angles, and they show just how this facility was built in very many stages. In fact, it's built of 32 separate building sections built in 13 stages over its almost 60 years of life. All of the stages reflect the building materials of the time, and all of them are very different from each other. So it's a very piecemeal building, and these photographs were intended to give you a sense of just how piecemeal it is. It also has very, very different clear heights, as Mr. Merrick pointed out, ranging from 8 feet to 36 feet. So and they average about 22.8 feet in height. And so there's some very low space and some very high space, none of which would be built today. And again, if you turn to PDF page 6, report page 5, you'll see the building highlighted in the overhead aerial photograph, highlighted in yellow. And you can see it's a lot of pieces added to over time in an extremely irregular shape, which poses a lot of problems for the property. And I just wanted to point that out. We're challenging, I guess, almost every piece of this valuation. We believe the lease rate is too high for this property. We believe the vacancy rate is too low, and we also believe that the capitalization rate is too low. Again, just to go very briefly over this property, it's the 11th largest industrial property in Winnipeg. It's about 30 times the size of the average size industrial property in Winnipeg. It was purchased by Maple Leaf Foods from Burns Food in the late 90s, and it went through, since their purchase, it has gone through a lot of further changes in that a lot of pieces were taken away and a lot of new pieces were added. In the last century, which represents about 60% of the current building, the average age of that portion of the facility is about 1973. Since the turn of this century, there have been 8 building additions to the plant, which have added about 40% to the overall plant area. The building is very unique in its construction, but it also is very unique in the amount of functional obsolescence it has, both affecting and affecting any potential use another user would put this facility to. And on page 10 of my brief, I have a little chart which shows how it would compare to its modern equivalent, both in terms of configuration, which is highly irregular, whereas the modern building would be rectangular. It was built in 32 sections, where a modern structure might be 4 sections at most. the flow within the plant is multi-directional. There's receiving and shipping doors all over the place. They're not centralized. They're kind of, and the flow within the plant is very multi-directional, which from a food processing standpoint is very problematic in that you get the potential of a lot of cross-contamination. The very highest sections were built for uses that are no longer being used in the building. There was a warehouse, a cooler warehouse built in the 90s, which had heights of up to 36 feet, but they're only using 4-foot high, storing 4-foot high totes in that 36-foot high area, or most of it. There is a bit of racking in that area. There's also substantial underutilized or fully fully unutilized space within the older portion of the building too, which is a bit of a problem for the plant as well. In looking at the market rents, the initial which was the initial thing I looked at, the assessor put the rent up from the decided rent by the board in 2022 or 23 of $3.81 to $6.28, which was almost a 65% increase in the rent from one cycle to another, which struck us as being highly unusual.
So just to stop you there for a moment, Mr. Bailey. So just for clarity in terms of the rent, because there's some discussion earlier in the border revision orders, the original, there was a realty decision on the rent, and then subsequent to that, a business assessment hearing where we dealt with specifically the rental value to be applied for the last cycle. Do you want to speak to that? The
Yes.
two different orders?
Yeah. The one order, which is the file number was 224001 and can be found at my addenda 5, found that the rent for this facility, the 2021 market rent should be $3.81. It was that was the board's decision. We were arguing for slightly lower rent, I believe. But that was what the board decided. It was not appealed, so that decision stands. The
Bailey,
average increase
Mr. Bailey,
year
I'd
over.
like to just interrupt you there just to be clear. The board isn't bound by any decision that was made prior, and a previous assessment cycle again has very little weight to bear on what we're doing today. So
no, I appreciate that. It was really part of the decision why to go ahead with the appeal this cycle.
I appreciate you're seeing an increase in your rental rate. That's certainly cause for some alarm on your side. So I understand that, and I'm just going to suggest to you that we again are unmoved by anything that the previous border revision panel may have seen or done on that previous cycle. So therefore, just give us the information you're looking at today, sir, and give us what you feel is the value of your valuation, sir. Please.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. In looking at the rents, given that it's a 445,000 square foot building, I looked at the potential for breaking it up into 4 to 6 units of somewhere under 120,000 square feet each. And I looked at the cost of doing that. And when I looked at that cost, and I've included it in a cost estimate at addenda tab 6, I came up to a cost to convert it for multi-use tenant use of roughly $13,515,000.
And that's
Or
page
about 30
37, I believe, of the PDF, if the board wants to access that calculation.
Right. That's about $30 a square foot building. And the reason it's so high is that there's a lot of things that are lacking in this building. Most of the building is not heated. It has a very high density of partitions, which suit the current use, but probably not most other users. And this building wouldn't be easily adapted for other users. For instance, every production area has sloped floors, and both manufacturers and warehousers do not want sloped floors. They want very flat floors. It has dropped through ceilings throughout most of the facility, which again simply limit the usable height within the building and serve no purpose for other users of the building. So there are a lot of costs involved in this. You need to add new offices to each of the units. Likely you'd have to replace, not only would you have to put heating in, but you'd likely have to replace sprinklers and lighting as well. So the costs are very prohibitive. And when you average that, I also looked at the differential that 100,000 square foot spaces were getting above that of larger spaces, 250 square feet and up. And it was about $1.23 a square foot. And again, my analysis of that can be found at addenda tab 6. So in order to pay off that $13 million in terms of the extra rent, it would take approximately 25 years, which would make the facility, the oldest sections of the facility 85 years old, and the average age of the facility 60 years old, which would be longer than its remaining economic life. So it would be difficult to make it pay. Typically, buildings like this do have about a 50-year economic life. Sometimes that is prolonged, but it's at the expense of additional costs for operating. I did look at a number of sales of larger space. I only looked at spaces that were over 100,000 square foot, and I came up with 10 leases. And Mr. Frolick is going to question me on a couple of those leases, and I agree with him that a couple of them have information. One of them, at least 8, has information about the rent, which is incorrect.
So you're referring to, can you just to make sure we're on the same page, are you back at page 11, Mr. Bailey, of your report?
Yes, I'm on page 11 of my report, page 12 of the PDF. There's a chart showing my 10 comparable properties. Mr. Frolick will also point out that one of the buildings has a newer lease than that I was unaware of, that I did not report. And I agree with Mr. Frolick that it's a valid lease. None of it changes my value significantly. Mr. Frolick also, in his report, brought up a sale that I would have included had I had the details.
A lease, you mean?
Would have, it was a lease, yes, that in one of that I I've used in the past, but had no information on the current lease, but Mr. Frolick did. And it again would adjust my value somewhat. But my initial value from this report indicated, well, I looked at the rents a little differently than Mr. Frolick does. I looked at the initial lease rate as of the date of the origins of the lease, and I factored it up using a rental adjustment over time, and that rental adjustment can be found at my addenda tab 8, which shows basically a rental adjustment from 2017 to 2023 of about 3.9% per year. So all of my rents were adjusted for time from the date of the lease to April 1st, 2023. I also adjusted my rentals for the building size, which because we didn't have any leases, the largest leased area was about half the size of the subject property. So I analyzed all of the leases I could find by size and got a graph projecting what the rental rate or rental rate adjustment would be for a building of the subject size. And that adjustment can be found at addenda tab 9. And the adjusted a summary showing all of the adjustments are found at addenda tab 7, which we can go to briefly after this discussion. I made 2 further adjustments to all of the comparable rents based on age, and again, I measured the difference age made using a number of different size and aged properties in Winnipeg. And finally, the last adjustment was for the building heights. And again, I analyzed the rentals of various buildings in Winnipeg to come up with an adjustment for height. So after all my final adjustments in this report, I came up with a value of $475 a square foot. Now, as I said, I have also looked at the information Mr. Frolick provided and his criticism of a couple of my leases. And when I do take out the leases that were misrepresented, which was 365 Black Diamond, which is the FedEx warehouse, which was a build-to-suit building for FedEx, and so the lease rate was determined based on cost, not on market data. So in fact, it really isn't a market lease and should not be part of the analysis. So I have taken that out, and I have added in 2 of Mr. Frolick's leases, which one was in a building that I didn't have, one was in a building that I didn't have current lease for. And they ended up giving me a slightly lower rental rate of $443 a square foot. And if you would turn to tab 7 just briefly, which should be on your page 40, I believe. And you can see that I made the adjustments to the rents for each rental property for adjusting them up to the data valuation, adjusted for the size.
Your audio is breaking up a little bit, sir.
I'm terribly sorry about that. My audio isn't very good from my end. My internet service, I live on a farm, and internet service is the best I can get, but it's not great. So I apologize, and if you don't hear anything properly, I'm happy to repeat.
Thank you very much. Just so you know, it's just, there's times it comes a bit garbled, so forgive me if I ask you to repeat something.
Not a problem. So as I go through, the largest adjustment overall to all of the rents was for the size. All of the rents are subject. They're all much smaller. Some are newer, some are older. A lot of them have much better ceiling heights or walls. And overall, they're slightly older than the subject property. But again, I've gone through my analysis, and you can go through it in my addendas as to how those adjustments were derived. And as I said, I ended up with initially with a rent of $475 and with a revised rent of $441 per square foot. And if you want to look just briefly at the following tab, which is tab 8, it just shows the sales I've used to determine that time or the leases I've used to determine that time adjustment. And on the second page, you can see how that was plotted. And the most important one probably is at tab 9, which we'll just look at briefly, which again, using the rental comparables on the first page, you'll see the chart on the second page, which shows a steep decline in rental rates for properties under about 100,000 square feet, and a much more modest decline for properties over 100,000 square feet, and projects out to 500,000 square feet in this table. So that's how I get my at my rental rate and the adjustments to my rental comparables. I did look at vacancy. It struck me that the vacancy was too low for this building, and unfortunately, the specific vacancies for large single-user buildings that had been split up for multi-tenants, I could only get 2004 data for that. Now, vacancies don't change significantly over a 2-year period, but they do change. But given the vast difference in my finding between the vacancy in larger facilities and smaller facilities, I don't believe it would have made a significant difference to the vacancy that I am applying. I did look at 2 instances, and you can see this on page 13 of my starts on page 12 of my report, page 13 of the PDF. And I bring up 2 properties. One is 1 Warman Road, which is a property that was formerly owned by Maple Leaf Foods. It became redundant to them and they vacated it in 2009. it wasn't put on the market until officially until January 2011, but it didn't sell for a further 4 years. It was bought by One Warman Road GP Limited, which is a division of Hungford Properties out of BC. And they intended to redevelop the property for general warehousing use. Again, like the subject property, it has sloped floors for food processing, which are not highly desirable, as I said, for warehousing. It had some suspended ceilings. It had far less density of partitions than the subject property, but it still did have some. And after several years of not being able to find a single tenant for the building in 2018, it was sold to Growforce, who intended to use the property for processing cannabis. In 2022, I guess in 2021, after doing considerable work to the facility, they found that the market for cannabis had changed, and they put the building back on the market, and it sold in 2022. And the new owner, or the purchaser, and I'm not sure whether they're related to the tenant or not related, Future Transfer Company, bought the facility and basically doubled the size of it. And have rented it to Shell. And Shell has a unique interest in the property in that they're storing chemicals in the property. And the slanted floors are actually a plus for them, in that the slanted floors all have drainage, and there is a separate sewage system which can capture any spills. So again, the facility had a very specific appeal to Shell. But the point is that this building, which had only been used for less than 12 years, went vacant for 15 years before another tenant was put in. So its vacancy so far in its life has been 55%. And I thought that was significant because large industrial buildings like this will be, if they're owner occupied, will be occupied for a number of years. And then once they do go vacant, they often stay vacant for a considerable period of time. And the other building that I looked at was the old Safeway warehouse at 1000 King Edward. And again, Sobeys, the new owner, or the new who took over Safeway, vacated this building in 2014. And the new owners of the building, which sold somewhere around that same time, I believe, fully have, over a period of 5 years, fully renovated the building, resurfacing the entire outside and replacing all of the utilities on the inside of the building, and putting in new offices and demising walls for multi-tenanted use. So they've spent 5 years basically up until the reference date, and at which point they had in 2017 they were able to put a transport company into some partially renovated space. That the lease of that transport company is did expire and they did move out. Since that time, there have been two new post reference date. There have been two new tenants go into the building, but again, it showed a significant time lapse between the time it went vacant in 2014, the partial use of the building in 2017, which was using about 30% of the space only, and post reference date, that vacancy rate has not improved significantly. So again, it may be a while before the building is fully leased, and again, it's just a indication of how single tenant large buildings take a very long time once they go vacant, and that can represent a considerable amount of their overall life. I did, as I mentioned, look at some multi-tenant single user buildings that had been split up into multi-tenant. However, as Mr. Merritt pointed out, the data I have used to analyze that vacancy is post-reference date, because I no longer have access to 2002 data for vacancy for these facilities. But again, it was significant vacancy. And all told, I mean, I was looking at vacancy ranging from 15% to 55%. And given the nature of our building, I determined that a reasonable vacancy rate would be in the range of 15 to 20%, rather than the 4% allowed. And so I used 15% in my valuation. Regarding shortfall, I have used the assessor's shortfall of $4 a square foot, but I did look at the operating expenses of these facilities that was running at about $37 a square foot, almost 10 times the assessor's allowance for unrecoverable operating costs during vacancy. Finally, I looked at capitalization rates, and I was unable to find. I looked at for sales of buildings over 240,000 square feet, which I believe is really the lower range of comparability for the subject property at just a little under twice that size. So there was none found. I did keep in mind that the subject is not a typical building. It is amongst the 0.5% of industrial buildings in Winnipeg of its size. So when we look at the vacancy data from three of the larger brokerages that are operating in Winnipeg, CBRE, Colliers, and Cushman Wakefield, one wouldn't be surprised to see the appropriate vacancy rate for the subject being above the ranges that they reported. Though the other thing I noticed was that each of the three real estate companies did show a slight increase in capitalization rates between 2021 and 2023, whereas the city's capitalization rates went down slightly between 2021 and 2023. The city's 20 percentile to 80 percentile range of rates that they found for capitalization rates was from 5.35 to 7.30. Our property would not fit into that middle range of 20 to 80%. It would be, as I pointed out, it's 0.5% of properties are similar or larger size than the subject. So one would expect the capitalization rate, if anything, to be above that rate of at or above that rate of 7.3%. And I settled on a capitalization rate of 7.3%. Now, as you'll see in here, that produced an overall value of 20,255,000. If I use the rental rate based on the adjustments for the rentals that Merrick either felt were inaccurate or I had missed, it would produce a value of a rental rate of 443 and a market value.
Sorry, could you repeat that, sir?
Yeah, my final revised value based on the rent of 443 is $18,644,000.
And that is on what page, sir?
That is not on a page. I did send that valuation to Mr.
Robert,
Mercury if he wants to forward it to you.
Yeah, I can do that. But Robert, if you go to your original valuation, which I believe is at page 17, I think it's easy enough if we can just go to that document, the board can make their own notation there in terms of any adjustments that have been made. So you have you originally had a rate of 475, but your rate should be
$4.43 per square foot.
Okay, and that will bring your potential market income to, do you have that number?
Let me just pull it up. I do have it. Yeah, so the total net rent or the total gross rent would be $1,975,138.
Okay, and you apply your 15% vacancy, which would be
$296,271 for effective market rent of $1,678,867.
All right, could you repeat the vacancy allowance as you calculated it, sir? 296?
296,271.
Thank you, sorry. And giving you an effective market of?
1,678,867.
Okay.
So the expenses, the expense allowance of 3% remains, and that value becomes $50,366.
Okay.
And the shortfall amount of $4 then becomes $267,513. The two expenses totaling $317,879.
317,879. Thank you.
For a net operating income of $1,678,867. $360,988,
Thank you.
which when capitalized at 7.3% equals $18,643,000, $1,617 rounded to $18,644,000.
And that is your revised valuation for the property, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, sir?
Nothing further from me unless,
Okay. Yeah, I would just refer the board to a couple of other documents in the brief, just very briefly. I appreciate it's a large document. Just bear with me here for one moment. Just one question I wanted Mr. Bailey to comment on in terms of the configuration. You went through that in some detail, and I believe you have a breakdown of the various sections of the building and the square footages, just so that the assessor can have regard to precisely how cut up the building actually is. And I think it is, just trying to locate that in the brief.
Addenda tab 2, which
Page 26, I
starts
believe.
at, yeah. Okay. And it just shows all of the various building sections and the years they were built and the heights section.
Okay. And so this will show you the various years built with the most. There was a recent addition for the bacon processing building. Is that right?
That's
Gentlemen,
correct.
gentlemen, could you give us just a moment?
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
We just appear to have lost the assessor's video. I'm not
Yeah,
sure if it's still there.
Mr. Prolick, are you still there, sir? We appear to have lost his feed, gentlemen. That's why we've stopped.
Okay.
My apologies. Mr. Prolick, are you there, sir? Maybe we should take a quick recess and see if we can get him back on stream. So my apologies, but we'll see about getting him back on. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much and welcome back. Sorry, we're having some technical difficulties. Mr. Mercury, would you like to continue? And Mr. Frolick, was there much that you missed of what Mr. Mercury was saying, sir? Or do you want him to start again from his?
It's automatic.
Started.
Yeah, I think, where did he finish?
I think Mr. Bailey had just completed his information.
His section.
Sorry?
Jamie was just starting his section.
Okay.
Okay. I think we can help Mr. Froelich just in terms of where we were left off. Are we ready to proceed?
I believe we are. We are back
Okay.
on, so let's go forward.
So just about wrapped this up, just taking Mr. Bailey to page 26 of his report, and at that page there is a building areas description and the various, I think it was page 26, I believe. Yes, and then the year built of the various different sections, and this is just to clarify the different components of the building. So Mr. Bailey, can you just briefly take us through that document, please?
Yes, it just lists all the different building sections. It gives the height and year built of each section, as well as square footage and where that square footage is located, whether it's in the basement, which is only accessible by an old set of stairs and is unused, or some equipment mezzanines or office mezzanines or ground floor.
All right.
There is one small error on this, which I had caught and corrected, but is still showing up in this version. Somehow I pulled the wrong printed page. The average age is not of the building is not 1991 as reported here. my calculations were missing the first couple building areas. So it should read 1989. But other than that, it's correct, I believe.
All right. And just also very briefly, in terms of the layout, the breakup of the building, and how would you compare that layout in relation to the various comparables that are in your brief and also in the assessor's brief? Are they comparable or are they very different?
Well, this is the most cut up property that I know of in Winnipeg. The only comparable that I've used that comes anywhere close to this is the old Safeway's warehouse at 1000 King Edward, but even it is much less cut up. It is built in a number of sections. It was predominantly built in the 60s, but it does have a number of sections, more than one would expect of a modern warehouse for certain.
Okay.
But all of the others are typically rectangular, built in, 1 to 3 stages.
Okay. All right. So just finally on this brief, and there's a number of addendas included in this brief, Mr. Chairman, and including some from this assessment cycle, not from prior assessment cycles, but some Board of Revision orders in relation to other industrial properties, just to get a sense of what this board has determined appropriate rental rates and cap rates for industrial buildings and larger industrial buildings. And at addenda, so we have a few of them. Addenda 28, which is at page 222 of the brief. This is a 680 Maury Street, which is Macdon Industries, actually very similar in size to the subject property. And it's been occasionally referred to as a comparable property. The rent, the overall blended rent that was used by the assessor and adopted by this board was $3.92 for this property, which is about 450,000 square feet roughly, and a 7% cap rate. So also at addenda 29, there's just a couple of other board orders from this cycle showing the cap rates that are applied to 521 Goldsby and 660 Berry Street, 7.5% and 7.75% respectively. And this is just to give you a sense of, and this is just to wrap up the submission here. You've heard from Mr. Bailey on vacancy rate and the risk that is associated with a building such as this going dark. He has a 15% vacancy rate, which is high. But if you don't allow for the vacancy rate, it certainly has to be captured in the cap rate in our submission. And this is reflected in numerous prior board orders, certainly on large industrial property such as this. And the cap rate is reflective of the risk that would be associated to the investor in any such building. This is very much a built to suit type of property for Maple Leaf specific purposes, and trying to attribute a market value to it is not as simple as taking a model derived rent and a cap rate and applying it to it. It does require a careful analysis, and that is why we have the detailed brief that you have from Mr. Bailey, who's quite familiar with this property. There are some additional board orders as well at the end of the brief. I won't take it to all of them, but they're there for your review. Those are my comments, and we're subject to any questions that the board or Mr. Froelich may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mercury, and thank you, Mr. Bailey, for your presentation. Mr. Froelich, do you have questions of Mr. Bailey at this point?
Well, a lot of my questions, my starting point would be for my rebuttal information with regards to most.
We'll get to your rebuttal in due course, but do you have questions at this point of Mr. Bailey?
Sure. So I'd just like to confirm with you that the realty rent used for the 2023 decision for this property was $4.75.
That's under appeal before the the municipal
But-
board, but that is correct.
Okay. And where did you get your lease information for FedEx?
I'm trying to remember, but it's clearly incorrect. I had throughout clearly incorrect information for this property.
But in your analysis and your experience, wouldn't a building that was built like, you know, within the past 10 years derive a much higher market rent in the place than the 535 that you're stating or that you used for your presentation?
I did question it, yes, but I
And so did you so in your analysis then, did you look at any more recently built properties in the 21st century and what they would rent for? Because you're never going to find a situation where you're going to have a 400,000 square foot leasable building, but there's a lot of leases out there of near properties of 100,000 square feet. And are those rents more indicative of a much higher rental rate?
well, I'm reluctant to use 100,000 square feet, being less than a quarter of the size of the subject property. But keep in mind that it's very hard to value each
Sorry, you
section of
broke up there, sir. Mr.
Sorry.
Bailey, you broken up again? Sorry, you have to repeat that?
Robert, I think if you just keep to the left, your left, it seems that your audio is a little better,
Okay.
just from my observation.
What I was saying is that if you start breaking this facility down into each age, you're then having to look at 440,000 square feet at each age that the building was built. So it's really not realistic to look at that. And I don't believe anyone purchasing the property would look at this. They would look at the fact that there's some very old space in it and there's some very new space. And they'd say, well, I'm sort of going to settle this somewhere in the middle and hopefully I'm at the average age of the building.
But
So
if
I wouldn't compare a building that's well 23 years newer than the subject or almost half the economic life to a building.
But 45% of this building was built.
Yes, that's true, but you're getting the old with the new. You're getting the old with the new, and you have to look at each section as if they are 445,000 square feet. And leases of under 100,000 square feet of new space really aren't relevant in doing that.
Well, but this is the best data that we have. And so we're actually using market evidence as opposed to a lot of subjective analysis.
Well, it's not subjective analysis. I've tried to find the most comparable buildings to our building overall. They're mostly superior. You added one lease in that is inferior, which I agree should be in there. And I have used the data we have to project what sort of rent we'd expect if it was 145,000 square feet that you were trying to lease as one space.
But in your analysis for 1450 Mountain, you're using a rent of $4.75 and the actual rent is $6.60. So
well, I'm not looking at it right now, but I've adjusted each rent to make them comparable.
But you've adjusted the rent. Okay, I found 4 factual errors in your brief with dated information, and yet in your analysis you've gone down from 475 to 431. So
okay,
I don't understand how that.
Well, remember that, but the space being leased at that location is a quarter the size of the subject, and the single largest difference between the two facilities from a market standpoint and from a rental standpoint would be the rent that size building would command versus the subject size building would command.
But when I looked because there are situations in your analysis with regards to market rent whereby you double counted some spaces. And when I looked at the ones that were within the 4-year period of the reference date starting in 2019, my average rent was $6.34.
But I would argue that, and we can get into that in rebuttal, but I would argue some of your rents are not market rents.
Well, all of our market rents are from the income and expense mailers that we receive. So, I think I proved it. Let me finish, sir. And I think when I looked at your data compared to my data, I'm actually providing print screens that show a more accurate reflection of what our rents being command in the city.
I don't want to interrupt all of this, but we're not hearing many questions here. This is more of a rebuttal from Mr. Froelich. If he has specific questions for Mr. Bailey, then I would suggest that they ask the question directly.
He acknowledges that his rents are incorrect, yet he has reduced his model rent by almost 40 cents.
Okay, well then ask him the question why he's done that.
Exactly.
Mr.
I
Bailey?
don't understand the math, so I'm asking.
Mr. Froelich, Mr. Mercury is correct. Ask a question as to how he may have done it or what he used to get to it, but you need to ask questions, sir.
So my question is how did he come up with reducing the rent by 40 cents when the original data that he had presented was factually incorrect?
Well, I've tried to correct all of the data that was incorrect that you pointed out, and when I correct all of that, my rental value dropped rather than going up. And I think I went through my rental adjustment process, and if you have questions on that, we can go into that.
Maybe we'll go through more of that in rebuttal. Okay. So did you actually look at what the vacancy rate was for 1000 King Edward in 2022?
Well, yes, I looked at it, that it was vacant, fully vacant for 2.5 years.
Okay.
And then as of
what 2.5 years was that?
From 2014 to the first rental in 2017.
But didn't you also say that vacancy was attributed to major renovations that were starting to take place?
Well, it's vacant. It's vacant. And even when
if it's vacant because it's a business decision, isn't that different?
See, in 2022, the end of 2022, the vacancy in that building was 70%.
I don't have that information in front of me. When I looked at the 22 mailer, the vacancy was less than 1% from the income and expense mailer that I have access to.
Okay, well, my information is telling me it had one at the end.
You have the tenant information from 2022? Because I have it in front of me.
I don't have it in front of me, no.
But I'm under oath.
I guess we'll get to that in the rebuttal, Mr. Froelich. So move on with your questions, please.
Yep. In your adjustments in your cap rates, did you factor in the newer portion of your buildings in your cap rate analysis?
I did, yes. I looked at the building overall and said, what would an investor see as the risk in this building, and therefore what would be a reasonable cap rate to put on it? And the upper limit of cap rates in Winnipeg seemed appropriate for this building.
But do newer buildings command lower cap rates or higher cap rates?
Well, if the building was all newer, it would command a higher cap rate, but it's not. It's it's a 60-year-old building with new pieces added on.
Okay.
And I know there's a significant new pieces that have been added on, but it's still a 60-year-old building. It's still a very cut-up building.
So
There's some good space, there's some not so good space, there's everything in this building.
So in your cap rate analysis, then you had mentioned that the buildings have an average effective life of only 50 years. So then why would an organization like Maple Leaf spend so much money on putting money back into this building when you're saying that the older parts of the building is useless and provide no added value?
Well, they do still continue to have, I estimate, a 16-year remaining economic life, and obviously Maple Leaf felt that it was justifiable to spend the money they'd spent on this building, even though they may close it down in 16 years.
Okay.
Now, as background to that, Maple Leaf also formerly owned two other industrial buildings in Winnipeg, two large industrial buildings. The Harris meat packing plant, which was on Archibald, I believe, and they closed that down. And I did see it before they closed it down. And they closed it down when it was 62 years old. They also owned the Swift plant, which they closed down after 40 years of use.
But they didn't spend any more money to reinvest in the property.
They spent money reinvesting in those properties every year until they were closed down.
Well, but you're dealing with buildings here that we have no evidence to sort of say.
Mr. Frolick, if there isn't any information in his brief about it.
Yep, fair enough. Okay, so what was the effective age of the board decision on 521 Gillespie?
I have not worked that out.
Okay, well, because the building that we have in file here is 25,000 square feet, and it was built in 1957, which would derive a high. So wouldn't an older building derive a higher cap rate than a newer building?
It could. It could not as well. Again, there are many factors that come into it. I'm trying to remember exactly how big 521 Gillespie is, but it's smaller. Is it smaller or is it?
Yes,
it is smaller than the subject property. My recollection is it's around 100,000 square feet. Is that correct?
What
Well,
page
when I
are you
looked it
on,
up, I saw
gentlemen?
25,000.
Gentlemen, what
Pardon me?
page are you referring to here?
I believe, which specific address, Merrick, is it 521
Gillespie? It was in your cap rates.
Yes, it's a page, it's referenced, the board order is referenced at page 225. There was an original assessed value of 3.1 million, and it had been reduced to $2.7 million, which suggests a significantly smaller building than the subject property. But I don't think Mr. Frolick identified the square footage of that building in his question.
No, he did not.
So he's asked about age, but he hasn't given Mr. Bailey any information regarding the square footage. Do you have that?
Yeah, I did mention it was 25,769.
Right.
So it's a 20th the size of the subject. So that alone would bring with it far less risk than a facility 20 times its size. So no, just because it's older, I wouldn't necessarily say that the cap rate on the subject should be lower than the board decided at 7.5%. Again, I don't have all the specifics. I haven't looked specifically at this property.
Okay, so
I've driven by it. I know it, but
Questions?
Is 680 Moray a superior building or an inferior building to 870 Lagimodiere?
Well, again, it's similar in size to the subject. It's built over time like the subject. It's got some newer pieces, some older pieces. It has more than one building on it. Some are interconnected, but most are rectangular buildings, which have fewer problems. But it is unique as well. It would again, I haven't had any reason to fully analyze it and
Okay.
its cap rate
And
compared to the subject.
what are the ceiling heights on 680 Moray compared to the subject
I
property?
believe they're higher, if I recall correctly, but again, I wasn't prepared to answer
Okay,
questions
well,
about
because it was in
the
your
makeup of this building.
Okay, so when I did a comparison,
Question, sir, not when you did a comparison.
no, so you don't have the information stating that 870 La Jamodier is a superior building than 680 Moray, correct?
It is one of the closest buildings, though each has their good points and their, sore points. So
Yeah.
is it a little better? Don't know. It is relatively similar.
Okay.
Gentlemen,
So-
where is that shown in Mr. Bailey's brief?
680 Moray is if you bear with me for a moment, it's referenced at it's just dealing with it.
Is it later in the brief, I'm assuming?
Yeah,
it is.
It's 28, and it's page.
Yes, it's page
250.
221.
Yeah.
222.
Okay,
So did you state this comment, Mr. Bailey, that there was no value on the 36 feet ceiling heights of 38,245 square feet that was built in 1994?
How many square feet?
Well, there was a building built in 1994, which is 38,245 square feet. And you had said that there was no value to the organization to Maple Leaf, but wouldn't there be value to that property, that space, to another individual if they wanted to purchase it?
That size is not ringing a bell with me. What building are you referring to? And is it
It was built in
Moray or
1994.
the subject?
It was an 870 La Jamodier,
Yeah.
built in 1994. It has ceiling height of 36 feet and 38,245. And so you had made the comment, this part of the building has no value to the organization, but would it not have value to another individual who is looking to purchase this property?
Well, possibly,
36.
but again, could another user be found who would use this building for food processing? And would their needs be different than Maple Leaf? And it's difficult to answer that.
Yeah.
I can say that the ceiling heights within this building are not typical. Having a warehouse attached to this building is not typical of a meat production building to begin with. Most food processors ship their product out immediately to cold storage facilities. When Burns owned this plant, they decided that they were going to do their warehousing in-house, which for the size of the organization may have made some sense at the time, but it made no sense to Maple Leaf. And it would probably make little sense to other potential food users.
So there's 100. So in 2013 and 2021, we have two buildings beside each other that are 29-foot ceiling heights that are 128,000 square feet. So you're saying that there's no value of 128,000 square feet of space with 29-foot ceiling heights?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, I only commented on the distribution warehouse, which serves for Maple Leaf's needs. And I suspect for a lot of other food processors needs would serve little usefulness.
No other
Now,
questions?
the newer taller height sections were purpose built, and I believe them to be very well suited to the current uses.
No other questions?
Thank you very much. Ms. Penner, any questions at this point?
I'll just, for clarity, I guess, just when you're looking at your cap rate, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly. So you're going towards the upper end of the range primarily due to risk, is that right? Just based on the abnormal shape and size of this building and the difficulty that it would be to lease it if it became vacant, is that correct?
That's correct. It would be a very speculative investor who would purchase a property like this. It would not be an institutional investor by any means. And it's generally the institutional investors who are looking for new, well laid out space that's easy to rent. And this is anything but that, and that's why they drive down the cap rates for that type of space. But this is far from that. As I've seen, again, I bring up One Warman because it was only just over, well, it had 120,000 square feet, of which 18,000 was mezzanine that was later removed. But it's, let's call it 100,000 square foot building, and it wasn't able to find another food user. It found a company that looked to redevelop it, but was unsuccessful. And it took 15 years to find a successful use for the building. So there's a lot of risk, and it's part of the size of the subject.
Since we were just hearing about the ceiling height, is there, in your opinion, an optimal ceiling height for this end user over which it would be excess?
Again, the 24 to 30 foot range is probably the optimal for their current processing.
I think everything else has been covered for me, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nesbitt, any questions at this point?
Yes, first I want to thank you for your very in-depth analysis, Mr. Bailey. I also had a question on the cap, and it kind of stemmed from something that Mr. Mercury raised. He indicated that the capitalization rate would need to be increased further if a 15% vacancy rate were not applied to the property. So that tells me then that your cap rate doesn't reflect that risk on the vacancy side. Can you comment on that?
Well, again, it's all in the mind of the investor. If an investor thinks he can do better than a 15% vacancy, he would consider, well, it is risky, and therefore he would adjust his capitalization rate. But on the other hand, if he felt confident that he couldn't do, that 15% was a reasonable cap rate given everything, or 15% vacancy was reasonable for this building, even once he'd fully leased it up, then that cap rate of 7.3 would be a little lower than he might have gone had he assumed a 10% or a 5% vacancy. He'd be saying, well, there's a lot of risk in getting 5% vacancy, but there's less risk in getting 15 or 20% vacancy. So again, they sort of work hand in hand to some degree. And the vacancy is pretty predictable with modern buildings. There's a lot of history out there that you can look at. It's a lot less predictable for older buildings. So again, it's hard to say exactly what the vacancy rate will end up being. So there's a lot of risk involved in that.
And the vacancy rate, you're also saying, is likely to be higher the larger the building is?
The older, larger, and more cut up the building is, the more likely that the vacancy is going to be above normal.
Okay.
Normal in this neighborhood being is it 4%, 3%?
Yeah, 3.
Notice when I was looking at the buildings in other parts of the city for the large buildings, the vacancy rate was really more dependent on age and size than it was on neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. I have no additional questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Bailey and Mr. Murphy.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Bailey, I have a few questions, and I'm trying to understand along the lines of Ms. Nesbitt with respect to the vacancy that you're claiming of 15%, saying that we should allow that vacancy because it's a larger multi-building conglomerate of a building at this point, correct?
Yes.
That's your contention. Now,
Yes.
let me understand, is this building in fact vacant in any way, vaguely even close to 15%? Because it's owner occupied, correct?
It is owner occupied. There's, as I mentioned, there is a substantial amount of both vacant and underutilized space in the older portion of the building. In the older portion of the building in the middle section. I did not quantify that for the purpose of this valuation, but I think if you go to my tab 1, which shows the building plan, even in the building plan, if you turn to it,
Which page search? Sorry.
it's on, I believe it's your page 25, but it could be 26.
Thank you. That's the building plan?
Yeah, and I think in your copy, it's north is not facing north. I think, but the portions of the building which are hatched in are the new additions in 2021, and they are in the southwest corner of the building. If you go towards the northeast portion of the building, there's some larger rooms in that older section of the building that are virtually unused. There's no equipment shown in them. They may get used occasionally for storage, but very little else. So again, that was the vacant or underutilized space that I was referring to.
And do you think that space that you're referring to adds up to 15% of the total building?
It may not. I haven't quantified it, but it probably is closer to 10%.
You're talking almost 67,000 square feet, sir.
That's quite possible that it is.
That seems to be rather.
That whole block represents.
Robert, maybe if you could just keep to the left of your screen, I think your audio is cutting out again. So
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, we couldn't hear what you were answering on that last question, sir.
That white block, which is the older portion of the building, is about 213,000 square feet. So I don't have a problem with that being somewhere around 10 to 15% of the total building.
Okay, what's to stop Maple Leaf from taking down the old section of this building and putting a brand new section like they've already added to this property multiple times? They seem to be quite motivated to stay in this location. What would stop them from taking down part of the old building and putting up a brand new one?
They have taken down 55,000 square feet of this building already. But this section is more difficult to take down in that a lot of the services feed through this section, and also a good percentage of the older section is still very much in use. So it would be disrupting that use,
Okay.
and they want to keep production going.
Fair enough, understood. And
It's very costly to move production,
I
more
certainly
than having
appreciate that. And this is
more
fairly
costly
unique in the
having
city, is it
vacant
not,
space.
sir?
Pardon me?
This is a fairly unique building in the city in that it's doing food services predominantly, correct?
Yeah, it's entirely food processing. As I said,
Yeah.
3 basic products, ham,
Right.
bacon, and sausage.
And I note that the comparisons that you had pointed to earlier in your brief, sir, again, as I go back, we're more, and again, I may be paraphrasing to a degree, but basically just dry warehousing, is that predominantly what you see on that, from that list of 9 properties you show on page 15?
It's a mix of properties. Some of them are manufacturing, others are, a couple of them are warehouses. Let me just,
Well, would you agree with me that it appears item or index number 7 and index number 4 and potentially index number 3, are they not all, those are the only ones that are manufacturing something?
um,
Am I mistaken?
no, I think you're right on that. Now, many of them were, some of them were built as large warehouses. Some of them were built as manufacturing. But again, there's only so much, you're limited to the large size buildings you can find. And
That's a problem that you share with the assessor.
I would have liked to have picked on manufacturing buildings, but there are just not enough of them to make a reasonable comparison.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you very much for your submission. It is appreciated. So at this point, Mr. Froelich, we
Yes.
would move to have your presentation at this point, please.
Okay. So I'm going to start off at page 15 of my brief.
15.
15, yep.
Thank you.
Because we've already talked about all the preliminary aspects of the building. So and some of this on page 15 is just the first picture, the overhead picture of the building here with the U shape. And page 18 shows before and after construction. So what will end up happening here is the new building construction is the white. So if we're looking at the middle of my document, to the immediate on the left-hand side, where it's the white roof, that's all the brand new construction that had taken place.
You're talking page 15, correct?
Page 16. Well,
16, sorry.
16, yeah. because on top it's a 2018 overview shot before construction and then
Okay.
after construction.
Okay, so you're talking the building that appears to have a white roof on it, yes?
Yeah, that's part of the new the building add-ons that had taken place in 2021. And that add-on just by itself was about 69,000 square feet.
Okay.
So on page 17 of my brief, it's just some interior pictures. I've never inspected this property, but I'll be probably inspecting it in the future. You know, in 2014, there was at least 50,000 square feet that was built in 1994 with the 36-inch ceiling height, showing rack manufacturings. As you can go through the pictures on page 18 and 19, some of them are a bit faded, but you can see the cleanliness of the operations and the sturdiness of the warehousing space. So this is like this is building space that's been well taken care of. It's and it's in good shape. On page 20, with regards to the 73,000 square foot addition that had taken place here, the organization had spent $21 million and 576,000, like 21,577,000 on building improvements for this building. And so it's as a part of production, and which is actually higher than the assessed value that the applicant's looking for today. On page 20, you have some of the details of the permits that had taken place with regards to the actual construction. And on page 22, it's a press release, talks with regards to Maple Leaf building this opening of $182 million Bacon Center of Excellence, and with regards to the major expansion that had taken place in Winnipeg that we've already talked about, with regards to the new jobs. On page 23, it's a similar press release talking with regards to how the province of Manitoba had contributed $1.9 million in industry and expansion to support the training of 350 people. And on page 24, you just see one of the shipping areas with loading. You can see how it's new, nice, new, and modern. Nice, new, modern shipping areas don't command a rent of $4.31. On page 25, just a continuation of the process of the operation. We have our own warehouse and 4 unique plants under one roof. And on 26, you're seeing a better picture of the cleanliness of the organization and the sturdiness and the structure. Page 27 shows the same. 28 shows the same. And on 2029, with regards to the expansion, there's an EPC meeting on November 9th of 2011 that the assignment of the incremental municipal property taxes be approved for 7 years or to a maximum of $900,000 funded from the Economic Development Investment Reserve as a strategic economic development incentive to support the proposal by Maple Leaf Foods. So what we've done here is initially we've had a model rent of $6.28. And what we're going to see is I'm going to focus on the next page, which is my recommendation after doing the review. So initially our model was at $6.28. I had reduced it to $5.75. A part of my reasoning with regards to this analysis is you're going to see my comparable rents right away, but you have to create a balance between the old and the new. And so all the improvements of the technology, it's a 2x4 construction. It's like if you're looking at homes, newer homes are built with 2x6, not 2x4s. All the benefits of the square footage areas that have been built, you know, in the 21st century have to be factored into the market rent. And so that's why when looking at comparables and doing my own sort of adjustments, I felt comfortable with the $5.75. Our vacancy allowance is 3%. That is as of April 1st, 2023. As we've stated, this property has never been vacated, has been fully occupied for a significant period of time since 1964, since the original building has been built. The St. Boniface area, where this is a part of, the vacancy rate is used as 3%. Also, industrial factors that were coming out that were done by C.B. Richard Ellis, Cushman, Wakefield, Davidson, and Young stated 2% for the city of Winnipeg average. So our 3% vacancy is very fair considering this property has never been vacated. Looking at the shortfall management, 3%, our net operating income worked out to $2,358,651. Our cap rate 6.8%. And when you look at the charts that take place, and when you look at what has taken place in the marketplace for newer built buildings in the 21st century, those buildings have cap rates of around 6%, if not even a bit lower. So subsequently, when you're combining the newer sections of the building with the older sections of the building, our 6.8% cap rate seems to be within the range, because you're looking at a industrial A and industrial B portion. So then subsequently, you got the old, you got the new. The older inventory of stocks, you have lower rents, and have higher cap rates. The newer inventory of market rents that take place out here have higher rents and lower cap rates. So that's why I feel that our 6.8% is fair. It has been stated before that the applicant was using $3.85 at the Board of Revision from the business assessment appeal, and the board rent was $4.75 in 2023. And a part of our thought process with regards to this building is you got to factor in 241,000 square feet was built since 1994, 182,000 or 183,000 has been built since 2008. These new areas have a higher blended rates. So I've included some recent rent comparables of the newer warehouse space. And so what has happened here is my ranges are like the St. Boniface in Northwest Winnipeg. And these are all of newer properties. So all these were built, between 2001 and 2021. The sizes range from 49,000 square feet to 148,000 square feet. But for these portions of the building here, our rents are a lot higher. These rents that are generated for these larger buildings are much higher and need to be incorporated into our process for valuation. So we have 200 Vegan, where it's 136,000 square feet, $8.50. We have 310 Debates, which was an old lease in 2017, December 1st, 2017. The rent is the reported rent on 74,000 square feet is $905. It's actually in the $11 range right now. 200 Discovery, built 2015, 60,000 square feet at $920. 3 years, 49,000 square feet at $1150. Another Debates property, 2005, $8. And the Hager property, which is recently built, 21 feet, 38 feet ceilings height, and it's generating a net rent of $976 that I verified myself. So all the highlights, all these wall heights are a bit higher than the average that we have here of the 23 feet, but you have to factor into the process that these newer spaces would command a higher rent and provided more value to the organization. Now, with that being said, so then I looked at some larger market rent comparables. Like, we don't have, like Robert was correct in his statement that our largest rent is the King Edward property at 205,297 square feet, and that's at $5.95 at the very bottom, right? But other large properties that are within the city of Winnipeg, and actually we got the Sony Place one here up on top, which is 228 and 484 at 633. So when we're looking at these large rent comparables, our ranges are from 86,000 square feet to 228,000 square feet. The wall heights go from 15 feet, to 34 feet. And the market rents are from $365 from the lower older buildings to the newer buildings of up to $8.50 for 130 for the 200 Bagan property. All these leases, so you're never going to come. So we could look at numbers and we could do an analysis here, but there has to be some sort of midpoint in the rent. And the mid rent for 45% of this property would not command a rent of $4.31. Looking at the appeal history here, and a part of this synopsis here is just looking at the values throughout the years and just where we're sitting at right now. So in 2006, there was a municipal board appeal where the COA value was, the rent was used was $3.85 on 266,000 square feet. In 2014, where there was an issue of non-compliance, the sales per square foot is $59.95, and then the adjusted non-compliance was $46,461. And the value that the applicant's seeing here today is lower than the 2014 value. Moving forward with regards to the 2017 appeals and 2018 appeals, our ranges here are from, so for 2021, we had $4.50. Then in 2023 was $4.75.
Mr. Froelich, may I remind you, comparisons of assessments really don't help us. And I appreciate your giving us a summary of where they've been.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, it doesn't really hold a lot of water for what we're going forward with, sir.
Yeah.
So please move on from these. I understand that there's been a lot of up and down in it. I get it. Yep. So please move forward, please.
Yeah, and I apologize on. It's just that when I see values that contradict what has happened in the past, and knowing how improvements have taken place to this building and the area has expanded, and it needs to be reflective.
Well, I appreciate that, but I also appreciate the fact that these properties have gone through, the property has gone through the board at this level multiple times, obviously, and apparently there are still pending at municipal board for some of them. So that's fairly obvious. So we need to move on from that, sir. I appreciate there's a difference of opinion on the valuation, but we do need to keep moving.
Not a problem. Okay, so moving through the cap rates on page 37, the city of Winnipeg has a range of 5.35% to 7.3%. And then when we're looking at the ranges from Collier, CB Richard Ellis, and Cushman Wakefield with regards to industrial A and B. So this property is truly a hybrid of both, of A and B. And so when we're looking at this, we're looking at the low, we're looking at the high, we're not, so when we're looking at a high cap rate for a property like this, we'd just be looking at a property that was exclusively built in the 1960s or 1970s. However, because of the newness of this building here, the effective age is 1990, where almost 45% of it was built in the 21st century, that would be reflective of a lower cap rate. And that's why their cap rate of 6.8% is fair. I'm open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Froelich. Questions, and I'm assuming it's going to come from Mr. Mercury, is that correct?
Yes, if you just bear with me for one moment here.
Of course.
While I get it. So just a few questions, Mr. Froelich. In terms of the, you took us through the layout of the building. You mentioned you have not inspected this property.
No, correct? But I was in this property in 1987.
Okay.
When it had a kill floor.
I think you informed me of that, but you haven't been in the property in the last 30 years or so. And
I'm looking forward to the inspection of this property.
Okay. Or 40 years. Yes. Mr. Bailey had received some questions regarding some underutilized space in the property, and he felt he was comfortable with 10 to 15% of this property not being in fact utilized. Do you have any information to suggest that is not the case? That Mr. Bailey's information is not accurate?
How could I dispute that, Mr. Mercury? And
Okay.
Mr. Bailey's under oath, so I'm assuming it's truthful.
All right. The looking at page 15 of your brief, and after that you have some aerial photos of it, and we've talked about the layout of the property. Is it fair to say that this property is irregular configuration to what you would typically see in a large industrial property in Winnipeg?
Well, it's a manufacturing plant for meat, so for processing meat. So this is the only one I've been exposed to. It's not a standard warehouse.
Right. So when we're talking about typical warehouse industrial properties generally, because we have comparables which we'll talk about, but you don't typically see a large industrial, either a warehousing or manufacturing facility in this configuration. Is that fair?
That's fair, yes.
Okay. You took us through some of the photos of the property. You mentioned the cleanliness of it, and that it's, I think your words were, it's good and sturdy. I take it you haven't reviewed any engineering reports to actually verify the structural integrity of any portions of the building. You're just making some assumptions on it.
Well, usually if a building's clean and well organized, usually the structural issues are a component of that.
Okay, you're aware that Maple Leaf is a highly regulated business in the sense that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency has very strict requirements in terms of the maintenance of the facility.
That's correct, yes.
Right. Okay. You mentioned some of the permitting detail and the costs associated with the permitting, and you haven't done an analysis, have you, in terms of the cost expended specific to the processing activity that is taking place versus typical construction? You haven't done that analysis?
Nope.
Okay. You mentioned a memorandum of a Executive Policy Committee memo 2011. This is page 29 of your report, and I was wondering what the relevance of this document is in relation to the market value analysis.
Well, when I look at a document like this, and I wonder, when the city gives $900,000, they believe that they're funding a good organization, and they're going to be providing back to the community.
Right.
So essentially what the city is doing is they're providing incentives for your client to be a good corporate citizen.
Okay. Our objective here, though, is not to value the business of Maple Leaf and whether it's a good corporate citizen. It's what the bricks and the mortar would sell for if listed on the open market in April of 2023. Is that fair?
Well, but it's similar to your question with regards to the cleanliness and the organization of the document. If the building's well maintained and under the Canadian, it's not the Canadian Food and Drug Administration.
Canadian Food Inspection Agency.
Inspection Agency, yeah. And they're the ones with the red hats. And so what ends up happening is that when we're looking at these type of properties, what was your question again?
I think I've forgotten my question, Mr. Froelich, at this point.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
We can move on in terms of I just want to ask you generally about your methodology, because you select some large rents and some newer rents, and from what I understand from your position is that you've kind of taken a variety of rents and provided your best estimate and done a bit of a blended rate between the two to arrive at your value and your suggested net rent of $575. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You would agree that this property, the 445,000 square foot facility, is not currently in its current makeup would not be subject to, or would not be amenable to a multi-tenant lease, would it?
Well, without inspecting it, I don't know that for a fact, but I know there was a property on 680 Mission that was a flex warehouse at one point that did become a
Okay.
single tenanted organization. So anything's possible,
Yes,
right?
and that's fair. And Mr. Bailey, you may recall, took you through some of the analysis of the work that would need to be done to try to turn this into a leasable facility
Yeah.
to some end user, and did some analysis on the cost that it would take. Do you have any reason to dispute that analysis?
I don't, that's not my area of expertise.
Okay, fair enough. And in fairness to you, you haven't been in the building to understand whether you could lease out sections of this building to different parties, correct?
Yeah, correct. But it's sort of interesting though, because you had mentioned that there's a portion of the building that's not being used, but it's an integral part of the operations of the building, I guess, in terms of electrical and infrastructure and heating. And so that is actually being used even by the property owner. They have care and control of that space, do they not?
Okay, I'm not sure that was my question, but I
Okay.
think we can move on. The various rental comps, and Mr. Bailey will deal with this in rebuttal, so I'm not going to go through it in great detail. But the overall, the general configuration of most of these properties, if not all of them, would be more of a traditional rectangular build. Is that fair?
Yeah, completely fair.
Okay, so whereas the subject would be an outlier, certainly in terms of the configuration of it. Is that fair?
Yep.
Okay. If you just bear with me here for a moment. Okay. One Warman Road, you heard Mr. Bailey's comments on that. You're familiar with that property as well?
I'm familiar with the sale of that property.
Okay.
I've never been in that property.
Okay.
No.
You are aware that it did sit vacant for a considerable period of time?
Yeah, and then when it eventually sold, it sold for $100 a square foot.
Right. So how long did it have to sit vacant for?
Well, that was provided in Mr. Bailey's brief, so I don't know
Okay.
the details. But there was a vacancy. But at the end of the day, a business is going to make a decision on what they feel is
Right.
a fair sale price. So it's just like when we look at vacancy rents with buildings. If people have rental rates that are higher than the marketplace, then it's going to be vacated longer if they're looking for a certain type of tenant. So whenever you're looking at the overall view of a property, you just can't take vacancy and say this is the vacancy and this is the value of the building, because that would be leading the prospective valuation in an incorrect manner.
So our objective here, Mr. Froelich, is to determine what the fair market value of the property is as of April 1, 2023, correct? So if Maple Leaf Foods or whoever happened to own this property as of that date had listed this property for sale sometime before the reference period of time and had a exposure time of 6 months to a year, do you have any sense of the market in Manitoba for 445,000 square feet of special purpose property configured to Maple Leaf's specific needs? And who would be looking to rent that amount of space? Do you have a general idea of what the market would be for something like that?
Well, I'm not.
A single property of 445,000 square feet?
It's hard to say with regards
It's hard
to
to
the
say.
market. because I'm not a capital investor in large scale operations. I'm a property assessor for the city of Winnipeg, and the things that I focus on are the market rents, the area vacancies, and what the cap rates are in there. What are the cap rates that are sold for properties in the area? And so the challenges for this property is a larger property, but the point is, it's just like I can't foresee a market value for this property in the range of what that you're advocating for.
Okay.
In
All
good
right, I
confidence.
appreciate it, and in fairness to you, Mr. Froelich, I understand that this valuation was done was model driven, at least initially, and then you did a review of it, correct? That 6.8% cap rate, again, that's model driven.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so you referenced some 6% cap rates, but you don't have anything in your brief suggesting that any buildings of this kind even would be anywhere close to a 6% cap rate, do you?
Well, because so there's, as we've seen by the rents that we provided here, so we have 2 rents of more than 200,000 square feet. Any other large buildings within the city of Winnipeg would be owner occupied, and the rents that we do have are in the areas that we have with rents are in between the 100 to 200,000 square foot area.
I'm talking about cap rates.
Oh, cap rates. Yeah. So the one cap rate that I did come across was on an older building that was 256,000 square feet on Keith Road.
Is this in your brief, Mr.
No,
Froelich?
but you're asking me the question and I'm providing you an
Well,
answer.
I'm asking you what you have in your brief relating to cap rates other than just the general parameters. Is it just the parameters that you have?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right.
I thought you asked for more than that because you were asking me if I was a potential investor and I was giving you an example of a cap rate that I know of.
Okay. Well, I don't want to I don't want to get into cap rates that aren't in the brief that I can't ask questions on, but you made a comment about 6% cap rates, and I had to ask myself if I was missing something in the brief because I didn't see that.
Well, yeah, well, we didn't provide any. The only cap rates that we have here for industrial A and B, our ranges from 5.35 to 5.3. That's our 20th percentile.
Yeah.
But that 20th percentile doesn't factor in 2 important combinations here. That one that we're dealing with a 465,000 square foot building, and that we got a 45% of the building which is built in the 21st century. So our cap rate's a hybrid of both of those factors, of the old and of the new.
Okay, I understand you've explained your analysis on the cap rate, Mr. Froelich. So I'm going to leave any further questions at this point in time, and Mr. Bailey will deal with the rebuttal evidence next.
Okay. Questions, Ms. Nesbitt?
Yeah, my questions were really around the cap rate also. And Mr. Froelich, you are using on your table on page 37, the industrial columns or rows there, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the types of properties falling into this are what we would think of as typical warehouse type properties, right? Industrial warehouse properties.
Yeah, well, those are the parameters that we have. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like it's hard enough to get rents that are of large properties within the city of Winnipeg. So you can imagine it's even harder to get cap rates for buildings that there's no rents.
Yeah.
There's no cap rate. So it's a challenge. So then what you do is then you got to do, appraisal theory with regards to sort of what's a middle value or what makes sense, where you're combining both aspects of the building, the old with the new, and looking at what market rents are out there and adjustments from there.
No, I appreciate the difficulty. Trust me, I do appreciate it. Just because the sales aren't really there, are they?
No.
With respect to your rents, your comparable rents, are any of those properties processing type properties?
No.
No.
Well, no, you know what? Yeah, so not meat processing, you know what I mean? Because most of them are warehousing,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Most
So,
of them
but
are warehousing.
processing of
Well,
any,
okay, so but here's something that's interesting though, right? So if you're looking at 310 debates, you know, that building and that space would have the same sort of inspectors or status or cleanliness similar to the subject property.
and what
That's
do they process there?
pharmaceuticals.
Pharmaceuticals, but it has an effective year built of 2008.
Well, it's a 2008 year built building,
Yeah.
which is in the old leases, 905, and the current lease is just under 1150.
Right.
I have it on appeal tomorrow.
And it's a fraction of the size of our existing one.
Size, but I'm not looking for a $9 or $11 rent here. You know what
No,
I mean?
I know.
And
So
so what ends up happening here for that portion here is then if I'm making an adjustment based on size, and I'm making an adjustment, based on size and then of the year built, like the overall year built, then I think I'm sort of that I'm closer to it, right?
yeah, no, and I appreciate the difficulty. So part of my issue is kind of coming to grips with rent comparables that don't reflect what our subject property looks like.
Yeah.
And trying to see, I know you're not asking for $9 rents,
Yeah.
but nothing here is even showing a $6 rent. So I don't even know.
Well, I would just, okay, but if we look at my large comparables here, like large warehouse comparables, 1370 Sony Place is 633 for 228,000 square feet.
Mhm.
So I got the 200 Bagan is 850 at 136, and then my other big one is at 205 at 297.
And are they cut up in the same way as this property? Do they have the same issues, sloped flooring, that sort of thing?
Well, I find interesting with the slope flooring, and then it's just like, but there's so much warehousing space there, so.
Yeah, I realize
can't imagine the slope being at a 5-degree angle. I could just see the slope being, most people walking through it wouldn't notice it, but other than for ensuring that each section of that building sloped for drainage,
Yeah.
that's the key, right?
Yeah.
And I'm mindful of that. It's just,
Yeah.
it's trying to create a methodology that seems fair and reflective of the investment made and what the market rent would be.
This is a question, and it just sort of came to me. I don't know, it might be completely off base. You tell me. This is obviously quite a unique property. It's very unlikely to transact on the open market or with extreme difficulty. It's built to suit. It's been built up over time. Ever thought of a cost approach?
It's an income producing property, and our position is that
so that's why income producing, therefore income. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. I have no additional questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Ms. Penner, any questions at this point?
I don't know if it's relevant, but I did notice some of the buildings have unit numbers which would suggest that they're from multi-tenant buildings. I'm just wondering if there's a distinction between single tenant and multi-tenant spaces in terms of cap rate selection or rents or anything like that.
Yeah, well, because with the newer properties, some of them are flex warehouses, and they're significant spaces, because a flex warehouse could be anywhere from, say, 3,000 square feet to, say, 75,000 square feet, or taking or area larger than that. So what I did here is I just wanted to show the examples of what the rents are out there that would be for newer properties. And I didn't use that in my be all end all. Like I didn't come in here presenting a rent that was super aggressive. But the point is, I looked at what was the model generated rent. Then I also looked at what was the rent decided by the 2023 board decision. And I felt the dollar increase was being reflective of what the data said. right?
That's fair enough. I think that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Froelich, could you, I'm just looking at your page 33 in the table that you provided.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the comments that were made earlier by Ms. Nesbitt saying you have a very difficult time because you don't have any 400,000 plus square foot properties to compare to. Neither does Mr. Bailey, of course. But in so far as you see the list that you have on page 33, what would you think your best comparison or closest to the subject building would be, sir?
There really isn't, because as was stated before, that a lot of these are rectangular shaped, and a lot of these buildings, what I'm thinking, maybe 1,055, because I think parts of that have been expanded upon. But I would have to quickly double check. Just bear with me here for 1 sec, please.
Go ahead.
Because I'm curious now. Provide the board bad information.
Mr. Chair, I think we lost Mr. Froelich.
Oh,
Again?
did.
Bloody hell. I am so
Oh,
sorry.
Oh, you're there.
Eric,
You're
you're
there, we
still-
just
you're
can't
still
see you.
online. We can hear you, sir.
Okay, well, that's good. My profanity wasn't that bad. Now that seems odd.
Well, at least we can hear you. Here we go.
My question is, integrated camera. Is it an HD web camera or is it an integrated camera? Oh,
I don't know, but it's not looking very good right now. It's kind of fuzzy.
okay.
Can we
No.
want to sort that out first, Mr. Froelich?
Let me go Alt N. Alt N.
Maybe we'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you very much and welcome back again. Again, we're having some technical difficulties, but we have returned. And I had posed a question to Mr. Froelich regarding his comparisons on page 33 of his brief. I asked him the question of which did he feel was best comparable to his subject property. And I believe he had suggested 1150 Fife Street was the one of the potential answers.
Yeah, and I don't think it was just looking at the nature of the building now, so it's hard,
All right. Would you think that 1000 King Edward, this is the Safeway, I guess, well, I'm not sure how to call it, but I guess this is where Safeway delivers most of their food, fresh foods, etc.
Yeah. Well, because that was a part of the Lucerne plant beforehand, before all the expansion and everything like that, and that's gone through major reconfigurations. So that wouldn't be a sort of applicable anymore, just based on the current usage.
So current usage now is what, just straight warehousing?
Yeah.
So there's no refrigerated parts to that building?
Not that I know of. Like the majority, like over 50% of that space is MLCC warehousing.
Oh, okay. And that is a 2019 lease for just over 205,000 square feet.
Yeah.
And it's a 1966 building.
Originally, yes.
And that rate is $595.
Yeah. Actually, it was originally built in 1960, but there's been a lot of renovations, so now we're at $595.
but at a 1966 effective age, is that it? Is that the correct date?
That's, yeah, well, the effective year built that we have in the system is 1966.
Okay. And then with respect to your cap rates, sir, and I believe your cap rates are on page 37, correct?
Yep.
So those cap rates, I think it was touched on briefly, but I noticed that there are 4 different categories or subcategories to industrial. Single tenant A, multi-tenant B, industrial A and industrial B. Which of those 4 sub markets would the subject property be related to, sir? In your
I would
opinion?
think there would be a combination of A and B, because you'll have the old infrastructure that was built in 1964, 1968 as
You're
industrial.
talking about industrial A and industrial B?
Yep, the combination of those two.
Okay, and I noticed that the city 20th percentile to 80th percentile run from 5.35 up to 7.3, which is where Mr. Bailey's at. You are at 6.8% cap rate. But I also note Collier's ranges from 5.75 for A to 6% for B, and upwards of 6.5 and then 7% for the 2. And then CBRE ranges from 5.5 up to 7.5. And then as far as Cushman Wakefield, they are at 5.25 up to 6.75. So it seems the only exception of something greater than 5.3% is the CBRE industrial B quotation from their markets. Do you have any comment on that compared to the subject and the cap rate that you're using tonight?
Well, see, and that's why if you're looking at the CB Richard Ellis one, you know, you're looking at a combination of the A and B, industrial A and B, not the multi-tenanted, and within that range. So if you have it, like, I would quantify that the newer spaces that are in existence of the 100 and the 100 and I'd be using, it's in between 40 and 45% of that building would be in the low range of the 6%. And then you have the other 55% of that building in the higher range. So if you're looking at those 2 components of it, you know, that 6.8 is right in the middle of all 4 of those.
Yeah.
So that's why I feel comfortable with regards to that, right? So, you know.
That's fair. And then this site is approximately something over 32.5 acres, correct?
Yeah, the land size is like 515,000 square feet.
Yeah, it's a big site, so it's well over 30 acres of a site, correct?
Yep.
Now, I'm just curious at this point, and I'm sure you can answer this with just a yes or no. Does the value that Mr. Bailey is now suggesting at 18 million and change, does that cover the land value of this property? And just yes or no? I don't need to know the number.
I don't think so. No,
Yes or no?
no. Well, you know what? I think the land value would be, it would still be below land value. Like
What would be below? His number?
His value is bigger. His value is bigger than the land value.
So his still would be considered to be using income approach, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, those are my questions then. I thank you very much for that. All right. So, Mr. Bailey, I understand you have some rebuttal.
I do.
Just maybe before,
Sure.
just to make sure, I know Mr. Froelich, in fairness to him, also had some rebuttal. Do we want to let him go through that just to
No, we're gonna
complete his
We're
evidence?
gonna hear the applicant's rebuttal first,
Okay,
then,
very well.
then the assessor's
Okay,
rebuttal.
very
Questions
good.
and answers will be made along the way, and we'll keep it moving. Thank you,
All right,
guys.
thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Bailey.
Okay, I'm assuming you have my rebuttal document in front of you.
Well, let me have a look.
Yeah, there should be two.
It's only about 100 pages.
Rebuttal 1, rebuttal 2, which one are we looking at, sir?
Looking at rebuttal 1.
1, okay,
The first thing I have in the rebuttal is just restating Mr. Frolick's history of this property. I know you aren't going to put any weight on it, but I didn't feel that it was truly representative of the picture. But given the lack of weight you're putting it on, I don't think we need to go on it.
okay.
The
Yeah,
two
if you're looking
items.
if you're looking at the assessments and the valuations that have been arrived at by the boards, little or no weight is being placed on that whatsoever, so
Okay.
if you
So
can
we'll
move
leave
on,
that
that would be
alone.
great.
Okay, so if we move on to the newer rents, I guess my comments on those are you'll see that all of them I marked all, I believe there's 5, is it?
You're at page 6, sir.
Yes, I'm on page 6.
Thank
There
you.
are six properties. They are all vastly superior to the subject. Most of them aren't truly market rents. And that was my first problem. 200 Big Inn was a build suit for the current owner. The lease, the building was built in 2001 for the current tenant. And then it was expanded in 2005 by 275%, again for the current owner. It's a packaging company. The owner is a packaging company, and it's fairly intense use. Not that different than Maple Leaf in that sense. There is a lot of special equipment in the building, such as air handling and air conditioning for their process. So there's a lot of additional costs to that building that may not be reflected in the market. They certainly would have been considerable cost to build. And I believe that given that this property has never been exposed to the market, the rent is not very helpful to the board or anybody else in that it was negotiated on a build-to-suit basis. 310 the Bats is much the same. It was also it was built as a general purpose building, but the tenant, Vita Health, who now occupies the whole building, initially they only leased they leased about 2/3 of the building, and again the rent was more or less determined by the significant tenant improvements that put in. It's basically a pharmaceutical facility with clean rooms and a lot of air handling equipment, which is very expensive. So the lease rate is reflective of that. When in 2017 they expanded into the remainder of the building, again the landlord finished that space with to the tenant's pharmaceutical requirements, which are extremely expensive, even more expensive than food processing. And again, the landlord would want to receive those extra tenant improvement costs over the lease of the term of the lease, which in this case they'd only extended the lease by 2 years. So again, they'd be looking for a relatively high rent to recover their expenditure. So again, I don't think from that standpoint, the lease is very helpful. And again, it is only 16%, or what, about an eighth of the size of the subject. So again, it's really not a very helpful lease. 200 Discovery, both units. This is a modern flex industrial building built in 2014. The first lease is 2015, which I think is dated, and I'm not sure I would put too much reliance on that. And again, the square foot area of it's only 13.7% of the size of the subject. So again, it would need substantial adjustment for comparison to the subject. So again, I'm not sure how relevant the lease is. This unit 3 it's a little unclear which unit Mr. Frolick was referring to, because he's included the square foot area of unit 3, but he calls it unit 5. Unit 5 is occupied, but it's a much smaller unit. And unit 3 is I believe is the one that was leased in 2022. But again, it's only 11% the size, almost a tenth of the size of the subject. So again, I'm not sure how meaningful a lease on a building, in a flex building, with which is 21 years newer than the subject and has better clear heights and is a tenth of the size. I'm not sure how meaningful it is. 350 Debates, again, was a build to suit, never exposed to the market. So again, it really is not of any help. It also has very low building coverage. I think it's 18% of the lot. So it would need a major adjustment for the excess land that's used by the tenant as for outside storage of their building products. And lastly, we have a further flex warehouse built in 2021. Again, so that's 32 years newer than the subject. So it's not that meaningful from the aspect of the age. It was also, it's a lease to the Manitoba government. It was, the lease was negotiated at the height of the recession, when Manitoba government was looking for space quickly to house PPG supplies related to the pandemic. So again, I'm really not so sure that there's anything comparable, but on that one, I noticed that in assessing the building, the assessor has put a much lower rent in the building, which I assume was to take the special leasing conditions of the building. So in total, I don't see any real value to any of the sales of the newer warehouses. As stated, half of them have never been exposed to the market, and the other half are just not comparable in any way due to size and circumstance. So that, very briefly, and my comments are all on that page for you to read. It explains in a little more detail. If we go on to my tab C, we have the assessor's larger leases. Again, the first lease, I've used that property as well, but I've used it with some comments. This was leased to Brewer's Distributor. In total, the landlord has spent over $2.1 million in tenant improvements for this tenant. And again, putting in air conditioning and offices and replacing the lighting and heating in the unit. So again, the changes were to meet the needs of Brewers Distributing. And again, I believe that in using this lease, you have to take into account the 2.1+ million at least the landlord spent in housing the tenant. The lease was increased during the term of the lease to include more space. The original lease was 192,000, and it was increased by about 40,000 square feet during the term of the lease. So again, I've used it. I believe it needs generous downward adjustment for all of the tenant inducements to suit the needs of the tenant. And they would have had to have been recovered by the landlord through the term of the lease. And that would, I had some calculations as to, here, I'm on the wrong page. It works out. I've worked it out to, without interest or escalations, the tenant improvements would work out to about 63 cents a square foot over the 15-year lease on this property. So again, we dealt with 200 Big Inn as a build to suit for the tenant and the property was never exposed to the market for leasing. So the rent is really derived from their cost to build. 1155, I agree with the assessor on this property that it is, even though it's, my understanding is it was built as a warehouse building in one stage in 1979. It has better clear heights. While it's older, it's less than a quarter of the size of the subject property, so it needs a lot of adjustment for that. The property at 1345 Redwood, again, is it was recently leased to MacDon. One of the driving factors for the rent they got, according to the broker involved with the deal, is that it had a lot of special manufacturing features that were common to MacDon's needs. It has been used. It was used by Boeing for some light manufacturing prior to this, and there's a lot of heavy air handling and equipment, and it's fully air conditioned. It also has about 4 acres, 3.5 to 4 acres of excess land, and the new tenant is making use of that outside land, and there should be some deduction from the rent for the outside land. Again, it's built in similar age, similar clear heights to the subject, but it's only a quarter of the size of the subject, so it needs a lot of, not only does it need adjustment for the excess land, but it needs adjustment for the small building size in comparison to the subject. 160 Omans Creek, again, it's only 19% the size of the subject, so the subject is what, 5 times, no, yes, more than 5 times the size of it. It is an expired lease, though the surviving company, the company was bought out, and the surviving company does still lease the space. So again, it's superior, clear heights, newer than the subject. You know, a fifth the size, so it needs a lot of adjustment for comparison to the subject. And really, I wouldn't say it's comparable, but certainly it's far superior to the subject. 101 Regent is an older building, warehouse. It's only a 1-year lease. It was leased to Amazon, who demolished 36,000 square feet of the building, added another 5,400 square feet of building, and paid 400,000 square feet of this property to satisfy Amazon's needs.
Sorry, I can't make you out there, sir. Could you,
Yeah, the landlord for 160 Omans Creek also refurbished the entire inside of the building with new lighting, heating, and sprinklers, all for a 1-year lease. So again, it's not a typical lease. The landlord certainly would want to get some sort of return on the improvements he's put in into the property, not all of which would have value to subsequent lessors. So again, I don't think it's a typical market rent that one would use given the circumstance of the lease. I think the lease at 1393 Sherwin is one of the more comparable properties, even though it's only about 40% the size of the subject. It is an older building than the subject, and it does have lower clear heights, but the lease rate of 365 would I believe would set a lower limit of market rent for the subject. 1000 King Edward, the old Sobeys warehouse, they refurbished the inside and outside of this unit for Manitoba Liquor and Waters Corporation, replacing the lighting, heating, and providing offices specific to the Liquor Commission's needs. The assessor's age on this of 1966 is certainly not representative of all the work that has recently gone on to this building, and I would suggest that a more reasonable effective age would be 1980 for this building. I think again it needs some downward adjustment for its size. And I noticed on this the assessor has put on a much lower market rent than the rent actually achieved. And I'm not sure whether that's to adjust for the tenant improvements. My estimate of the cost of doing the work done to this unit would be in excess of $5 million. And over the 20-year lease term without interest, that would come to about $1.22 a square foot. So I think that this between the tenant improvements and the adjustment for size, you'd need to bring this lease rate down considerably for comparison to the subject. And those are my comments on the assessor's brief.
thank you very much. Questions, Mr. Froelich?
Well, my first question is Mr. Bailey aware that tenant improvements cannot be used to deduct rents as per the municipal board order in previous decisions? Because Mr. Bailey may not know that.
Well, it's a question you've asked. Let's have the answer.
Well, I'm not sure I would agree with the premise of that question. So you can ask him if he's aware of municipal board decisions. I'm happy to debate that with Mr. Froelich at the conclusion of the hearing. But if he has a board order to put in front of him, I suppose he can ask him, but I'm not sure if that's a fair question.
Okay, that's just, okay.
We're trying to establish market rent, and to answer your question, I'm not aware of board rulings on this question. But certainly, in establishing the market rent for a space, when the tenant improvements are for a specific tenant uses rather than improving the general standard of the building, a landlord is certainly going to look for a return over the course of the lease for those improvements that he doesn't consider will increase the market rent on his property if he released it.
Okay. So when I look at the assessor's rent comparables, you have the median rent as stated as $927 and $943 on page 6 of your brief.
Of my brief.
Yeah.
The brief or the rebuttal?
So on page 6 of your rebuttal brief, you have assessor's comparable newer space.
Yes. Right. Okay. Let me just put that.
Whereabouts on page 6 are we speaking?
Near the bottom. So he goes through the comparables. Then he has newer warehouse space. And then he has the average and medium.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
And so these rents here of $927 and $943 are these significantly higher than the $431 that you're asking for?
The 927 and 943 are the rents that the assessment department has used in valuing these properties. So they're not really relevant. The relevant would be the 934 and the 950. But given that I didn't consider any of these rents, well, half of them are not market rents and the other half are not comparable. I didn't give any weight to any of these rentals.
Well, if they're presented to us as on the income and expense mailers, then they would be a part of our database and would be used.
Okay, the fact that half of them aren't market transactions.
Yeah. Well, but the point is there's no background evidence telling us that these are built to suit rents.
Well, I think I've included some information on those in the various other tabs in my rebuttal.
Okay.
I haven't gone over that, but if you want to speak on specifically, I do have histories on these buildings showing that they were built for the tenants who are currently in them.
Okay. And so even in your large comparable analysis on the next page, on page 8, none of your information here is leading to rents that are, in the range of, the 431 that you're looking for. Because yes, there are adjustments have to be made for location, but it's just that the adjustments made are so significant that are so outside of the normal market rents that we have access to.
Well, these are your rents, so I'm not using these in my report. I have used some of these same properties, and I've used Sony Place with with adjustments. I've used Fife, with
Okay,
adjustments,
So,
Sherman and King Edward.
okay,
But,
you know what?
but
I think
the ones that I haven't used are because they are either very atypical rents and very difficult to adjust, or they're not market rents.
Okay, so, and you're saying that 1345 Redwood, that's not a market rent?
It is a market rent, and I've explained the reasons why I didn't use it, because I didn't have the information to adjust it suitably to come up with a market rent, given the excess land. I didn't do the research into what that would add to the market rent. So again, I didn't use it for those reasons. Plus, it's again only a quarter the size of the subject, so I wasn't going to spend a lot of time on a rent that needed a lot of adjustment.
No other questions?
Thank you very much. Questions, Ms. Nesbitt?
No, thank you. I have no questions on the rebuttal.
Thank you. Ms. Penner, questions?
No questions for me, thank you.
And I think I'm good on my questions. I think I understand where things are going. All right.
Just maybe just before we concluded, there was just want to make sure you have it. It was referenced earlier. This is rebuttal number 2. It was referenced earlier. It's just a 2-page document on 680 Maury Street, and I just wanted to have the board just take note of that. There was reference to this is at the bottom of the page. There's a reference to the board decision in which they used a 7% cap rate and an overall blended rent of $3.92 per square foot, and you can see at the top of the page as to how this was the assessor's valuation, which was adopted by the board. So if you do the math on the rent and the leasable area, it's $3.92.
Very much. Any questions as a result of that?
Yeah, but 680 Moray Street is a much inferior building to the subject property.
Is that a question or?
That is a question, so it's not.
Okay, I would disagree with that statement, as Mr. Bailey's already commented on that. It's in the Murray Industrial Park area. It's very close to 99 Murray Park Road. It's a rectangular state building. It actually has had several additions to it, including, I think, the most recent addition in 2011, a significant expansion of new construction on the building, and a very similar size. The subject, and MacDon Industries is the occupant.
But the improvements that were made to 680 Moray in recent times is less than half of the improvements made to 870 Lagimodier in terms of building size and construction.
I'm looking at the overall utility of the building, and if you look at, I don't have an aerial in here, but I think you're familiar with the property. It's more of a rectangular shape. Mr. Bailey spoke to this earlier, so I don't want to repeat his submission at this point in time. From my perspective, it was a relevant property, so we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, but the two issues that I had were that it was significantly lower ceiling heights that wasn't addressed, because the ceiling heights are larger at 870 Lagimodier. And
questions, Mr. Froelich?
Yeah, well,
questions of the information provided?
So you don't have any, so can you provide me the ceiling heights for 680 Moray?
I may have it, I'm not sure. 16 to 28 is what's referenced, the assessor's material.
Okay, but you wouldn't know the breakdown.
looking. There are various building sections as I understand it, just looking at the assessor's material. So you have smaller sections of the building with lower ceiling heights. You have newer sections with larger ceiling heights. The 2011 edition, 64,350 square feet, 23-foot ceiling heights. 2008 edition of 20,400 square feet of 25-foot ceiling heights. 2008 edition, 25,000 square feet, 21-foot ceiling heights. And then there's a variety of others. There's 2,000, there's 136,000 at 28 feet. So there's a variety of ceiling heights.
Yeah. But my question was, is that the ceiling heights for 870 La Jamodier were on average were for 680?
Specifically, questions with respect to Moray, he's answered your question.
Yep. Yeah,
Is
that's
there
fine.
another question, sir?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you. That's it for our rebuttal.
Thank you very much. Ms. Penner, any questions at this point?
Questions for me, thank you.
And Ms. Nesbitt, any questions?
No questions. Thank you so much.
And I think I'm good for questions, so Mr. Froelich, you have rebuttal apparently?
Yes, so my rebuttal is a 16-page document. And starting on page 1 is the board decision. We've already discussed this, but I had it included there. And then on page 2, I just want to add a little synopsis saying that the only change made to the value is for the rent of the realty value for this property. Our model rent in 2023 was $5.14, and the agent's requesting $3.85 as a rent. And the board decision was to use $4.75. So I used the 514 as a base to come up with the 517 the 575 that we used for 2025 in my recommendation. The assessment department's position on business assessments usually is the follow through under realty decision. However, due to pending municipal board appeals, we don't follow this with the 2023 realty board order with regards to the issue regarding the occupancy costs. The applicant's only sharing the business assessment decision used, and he's not providing the realty rent for this property and the appropriate supporting documentation. And then on the next page, this is just an overview of the BA brief that we provide. So in our analysis, I only provided a 4-page brief of just some comparables and what the value should be. The assessment department does not appeal business assessments to the municipal board. So because the value is $2,954,000, it's a lot different than appeal worth, 20, that's in the range of $26 million.
Forgive me, Mr. Froelich, but you're talking about appeals information, correct?
Yeah, just the history, because what I believe,
as I said, is irrelevant to the board at this point.
Yep.
And forgive me for saying this, but it really isn't something we need to go over because we put very little weight on it, sir.
Yep. Page 10 of my brief, page 10 of the applicant's brief.
Of the
There's the
applicant's brief?
So my page 4, but the cover is page 10.
I'm confused by that, sir. Where are you wanting me to look?
So on the rebuttal brief, my page 4 on the PDF, and the header says page 10.
Rebuttal brief?
Yeah, rebuttal brief.
Okay, of your rebuttal brief, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking at a page that has 365 Black Diamond Boulevard.
That's correct.
Okay, what am I looking at?
Summary of the income statement.
Okay, relevance of this?
So if you look at page 5, The applicant stated that the 10-year lease in place for this building that started in 2020 had a rental rate of $5.35 a square foot.
Okay,
It's half the size of the subject property. It has 28-foot ceiling heights. It's a rectangular shape, but the rent for this property is $15.10 gross. The applicant reported $5.35. So this is one example of a much higher rent being used. And then subsequently, I've included the sales information where the property sold for $237 a square foot. And our assessment and taxation value is $77.80 for this property. Page 7 shows Crest Point buys FedEx Center. Here's an example of the title search that was a part of it. Now on page 8 of my brief, the gross rent reported is $15.24. And that can be seen on the bottom of page 8. The 2022 same mailer also shows $15.24. And so newer build property, $15.24. And so when we're looking at the data, there's not a lot of new inventory that's that large that's that large, and that shows 248,000 square feet of space renting at $15 gross. So using a $4 or $5 shortfall, that rent's going to be either $10 or $11 as being a net rent. And so that's the first example where the rent was understated by the applicant in his analysis. Page 11, he had used this rent twice in his evaluation, and I'm evaluating his rents that he had used. He had stated that the actual rent twice was $4.50 and $5.07. Well, the actual rent is $5.65. So there's 3 times. So we got the first time with the Black Diamond. We're using the same rent twice in 1155. And then for 1450 Mountain, the actual rent is $6.60, not $4.75, which was reported on 141,000 square feet. And what you see here is that on the middle section of it, you're showing the leasable area of the 141,178. And on top there, you're seeing the step-up rent where it goes up to $6.60. It was initially at $5.69, and then it stepped up to $6.60. And that was April 1st, 2023. And so right now we have 4 rents. So if we're looking at the analysis that was done by the applicant with regards to this, he chooses 10 rents. He has 4 of them that are factually incorrect. And based on his mathematics, he's taking the rent down from $4.75 to $4.31. And I don't understand those calculations. Because if you're making, when you're understating the rents and the rents should be higher, the rents should be moving up from his $4.75, not going down to $4.31. And then when I did analysis using, not double counting, and using the 9 rents in place from his comparables that were actuals, our actual rent was $6.34. And then when I did his adjustments, and because his adjustments were roughly, I think, 18%, my net rents came up to $5.56 from what should be $6.34 using the actuals. And so while Mr. Bailey does adjustments for height and age, he doesn't do an adjustment to the overall for the newer rents of the building here. And so these factual errors impact the value of the property. And just let me get back to my screen here. And right now it's just a summary. So I talked about the 650, the 1150 rents here, and the background of the subject property. So when we look at what the building here, 45.9% of this building was built after 1994, and 182,000, which is 40%, built after 2008.
Or on page what, sir?
That was finishing up on page 11.
Okay. All right.
Moving to page 11. So I understand the vacancy of the property, but when we're looking at the vacancy, you got to actually compare it to the sales history of what these properties sell for. So with larger properties, you know, they are going to be on the marketplace a bit longer, but at the end of the day, when they do sell and there are transactions that take place, we need to be mindful of it. And so for the sales listing of March 2022, despite the vacancy history, the sale worked out to $100.41 a square foot, and our value is $78.80 a square foot. These sales were with clean, knowledgeable buyers and sellers. Property was aware of the history, and there are other sales where the sales have ranged from $48 to $91 a square foot between 2018 and 2020. And the sales listing similar to what we've stated before. And I've just included the sales mailer there for information. So I guess in the synopsis for my rents is I don't understand the methodology where there are 4 factual errors on that are double counted rents, and the new values going down in value as opposed to going up despite these errors. Thank you.
Questions?
Yes, just very briefly, Mr. Froelich, you indicate you don't understand the methodology. You do recall Mr. Bailey indicating that he took into account 2 of your rents that he was not previously aware of. Do you recall him stating that in his evidence, Mr. Froelich?
Yeah, well, yeah, but
Okay.
his 2 rents that he's excluding, he should look towards making them factually correct, not leading them to a direction where they're fundamentally wrong.
And did Mr. Bailey not correct that in his earlier evidence, Mr. Froelich? So let's be clear about this. He did acknowledge that a couple of his rents needed to be corrected.
But he did acknowledge it. But when he corrected those rents, the proper rent adjustments did not increase the average value of his rent. His rent went down by like 34 cents, 39 cents.
And that would include taking into account 2 of the rents that you disclosed in your evidence that he was not previously aware of. Recall that?
Well, I do recall that, but the point is, if we're looking towards getting the market value right, just because Mr. Bailey wasn't aware of what the current market rents are, doesn't mean that we should perpetuate a mistake.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to go further down that path. Mr. Bailey has spent a considerable amount of time explaining his methodology. I think we can leave it to the board as to who has provided a more thorough analysis of the actual rents in place, Mr. Froelich. With respect to 1 Warman Road, are you aware of the fact that it was in your rebuttal information, you've provided some marketing material?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how much, are you aware that the property was rezoned up in 2021?
In 2021? I am not aware of that.
Okay. Those are my questions, Mr. Froelich. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Nesbitt, questions at this point?
No questions on the rebuttal. Thank you very much, Mr. Froelich.
Thank you. And Ms. Penner, any further questions?
No questions for me, thank you.
And I don't believe I have any further questions at this point. Unless I'm missing something and want to just ask either party if they'd like to do a final summation if it's needed. Gentlemen?
Who are you looking to first?
Well.
I could just provide a very brief overview, Mr. Chairman. Thank you first of all,
Yeah,
to all the
go
panel
ahead.
members for your patience of walking through this what I'll call a complex property. I think it is not and has never been an easy task for either the evaluators to the Board of Revision, frankly, to tackle this property and to come to an opinion or a valuation. But there are several obvious things about this building that obviously need to be taken into account. And that is the configuration of the building is obvious. There really isn't anything like it in the city of Winnipeg or in surrounding areas. It has some older sections. It does have some newer sections. It is not a multi-tenanted facility. It's not conducive to multi-tenanted situation. So if this property were to be put on the market, it would be a considerably risky endeavor. Prospective investor would take that into account when making an offer. And it would take it into account, it would be reflected certainly in the cap rate and in the rental rate that is to be applied. So we don't have any perfect fits on the rental comps. Mr. Bailey did the best he could by making adjustments, and I think that's what an experienced valuator ultimately does. And his opinion of value is you can agree or disagree with it, but it is extremely thorough, and there's been a tremendous amount of analysis with respect to each and every one of the comparables, not only his own, but Mr. Froelich's as well. At the end of the day, we submit that his report is well supported. I've provided some board orders for the board's consideration from this cycle, just for reference in terms of how this board has addressed other industrial properties, albeit somewhat different. The 680 Maury Street property is the closest, I would suggest, to the subject in terms of its various attributes. It's almost nearly the same size. It's in an industrial park. Its user is MacDon. And you can see the rental rate that has been applied by the board, $3.92 per square foot. And we're not asking for that number. We're asking for that for something over $4, but a cap rate of 7.3%. So those are my submissions. Again, thank you to all three of the panel members and to Mr. Froelich for the patience this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mercury. Mr. Froelich, any final thoughts?
Yes, when we're looking at the valuation of this type of property, we need to consider all aspects. We need to consider market rents, we need to consider vacancy rents, and we need to consider cap rates. In my analysis, I provided market rents, a blended approach with regards to the largest comparables that we could find in the marketplace, with also a combination of newer market rents being reflective of properties built in the 21st century, which is why I came up with my blended rent approach of what we have here. When I look at the analysis that was done by Mr. Bailey, you're only as good as the information that you have, and to exclude good information provided by the assessor and to move the rent in a lower direction and exclude the market evidence of 365 Black Diamond for a brand new property, which is consistent with my market rents that I've used for other comparable properties of larger sizes. And then for the bigger ones that we had, the lower market rents for the largest market rents that were available in the city of Winnipeg. So, just because you didn't have the right information doesn't make that your new revised value is correct. And I stand firm in that, because if 40% of your comparables are incorrect and you just exclude them to derive a lower rent, I believe that's fundamentally wrong in the valuation process. With regards to the vacancy of the area, this property hasn't been vacated in over 50 years. And it's been used, it's been expanded upon. And then in our analysis, we looked at vacancy rates throughout the entire city of Winnipeg. And when we looked at the Winnipeg marketplace for industrial properties, COVID was occurring prior to that. Huge influx of new industrial properties being built within the city of Winnipeg. While I'm mindful of the fact that this is an older building and it would be harder to find a tenant for it, I'm also mindful of the fact that we got to look at the market evidence surrounding us, and the market evidence is of a lower vacancy rate. So that's my opinion there. With regards to cap rates, I overviewed the point of view where we needed to have an approach that mixed both the old and the new. And if we looked at the information provided by the industry leaders on cap rates, our 6.8% isn't that unreasonable. And then our final point of contention is when we're looking at previous assessments and previous board decisions and what other larger industrial properties are that have sold for in the marketplace. We got a brand new property that sold for $237 a square foot. We had a not as old property that had some issues with regards to it, selling for $100 a square foot. And the valuation that I'm presenting here today, which is a combination of old and new, is at $77 a square foot. It's like, the value sought by the applicant today is 100% less overall by looking for a value at $18 million, which is why I'm confident with the value that I presented today and with the methodology that I used to present this, despite the limitations of the large size and the uniqueness of the property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, gentlemen, that concludes that item on the docket this evening. And I think we can move on safely to 99 Murray Park Road. And I understand, and again, please forgive me, I've forgotten what was the issue here, but it appears that there is a recommendation on this. But there's
Yes, I think
also
we can.
non-co-op. So please refresh
Sure.
my memory here, guys.
I will. I think we can say goodbye to Mr. Bailey. I think he's done for the evening.
Okay.
Thank you very
Robert.
much.
Thank you very much,
Frolic and
Bailey, for your
Boardroom.
time and patience.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much.
So if I could make a request, is can I get Fran to resend me my brief for 99 Murray Park?
Sure.
Because for whatever reason, when my system crashed the last time, and this is a brand new process for me, I've never done a hearing in my house before, and for whatever reason, it kicks me out. I don't have access to any of my files anymore.
Oh, boy.
So that's why I'm asking. Fran has my brief, and so if Fran could read it to me, it's or send it to me, that would be great.
Okay, I just sent that.
Okay, thank you.
So while that is loading, I can
Yep.
just remind the board what the issues are here.
Yes, please. That would be greatly appreciated.
So you will hear shortly from Mr. Frolic that there's a recommendation, a joint recommendation to revise the assessed value. We are in agreement on the revised assessed value. The only issue is the deferral request of the assessment department. So we will deal with that. I do have a fulsome brief on that. I will try to be succinct as I can. So Mr. Frolic will walk you through that material, and then I will maybe have a couple of questions, and then I will take you through my submission. And Frank, I believe that would be the only matter for the board to decide this evening. You'll be thankful to hear.
Mr. Mercury, just so I can paraphrase from my end, the value on the roll initially was 43,276,000, correct?
That's correct.
And now we are looking at a value of 35,565,000.
That's correct.
And you are in agreement with that number, sir?
Yes.
Okay, but you are not in agreement with the non-cooperation?
That's correct.
Okay. Sounds good. Mr. Frolic, are
Yes.
you able to finally see your brief, sir?
I am good to go. Thank you, Fran.
No problem.
Okay, so, Mr. Froelich, would you like to walk through
Yeah,
the details on the building initially? Like the appeal, I should say?
Yep.
Read that in and then we'll move on to the non-co-op being the major issue that we're looking at.
and just so the board knows, Mr. Mercury and I spent a lot of time working on this, going back and forth, and so there is a lot of good work done between us. And Jamie understands my job, and he understands what I'll be presenting. So thank you.
Always good to see when two parties get together, gentlemen, always.
File number is 24851. Roll number is 07080343,000. The initial address is 99 Murray Park Road. The initial value for 2025 is 43,276,000. 11 different buildings here. They were built between 1971 and 2016. Ceiling heights between 8 and 39 feet. The leasable area that we have for this property is 663,544. And I'm making a recommendation to reduce the value to 35,565,000 for the 2026 appeal year pending the board decision. And I am also asking for non-compliance.
Okay. Would you like to walk through the evidence you have for non-compliance, please?
Yep, for sure. For 2020 and 2021, for some strange reason, Boeing has provided us income and expense mailers on a regular basis. And I'm not too sure why it was missed out on April 1st, 13. This is our initial request. And April 1st, 2013. Here's the supporting documentation that goes as a part of it, showing that the due date for that was May. That's on my page 3.
Okay. Let's be sure that we're walking through together here, guys.
Yep.
All right, so page 3, this is the blank mailer that you sent. This is a copy of that mailer, I'm assuming, yes?
Yep.
And then on page 4?
Page 4 is just the registered mail that we sent out with the tracking number that was sent out on June 9th, 2023.
Okay.
And then on the bottom of it, and then on page 5 shows the due date, June 30th, 2023 for the mailer.
Okay.
And other subsequent information. And then on page 6, what we have here is just the documentation that it was signature available, it was delivered, it was processed. The signature that we had received here from once it was signed and sent out. On page 7, shows the 2023 mailer has been received. We didn't get the 2022 mailer, but we got the 2020 mailer, the 2019, the 2017, 2016. So this situation's different than the previous situation where there's been a history of non-compliance. What I did here, just for information, is just to show some general pictures of the property, of its location. On page
But I'm
7 and
interested
8.
in the non-compliance. I'm not interested in pictures.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, sorry. I'm done.
So
Thank you.
the information was sent out and you have a signature card on page 6, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and the tracking number is the same as on the previous letter on page 4, I believe it was.
Yep.
All right. Okay. So that being the call, let me let the questions. Anyone at this point, Ms. Nesbitt, do you have any questions of the assessor regarding his non-co-op information?
I think Mr. Mercury should probably ask his questions first, Mr. Chair.
Yes, my apologies, you are right. Mr. Mercury.
Yes, just a
Go ahead, sir.
oh, no problem. Just a couple of questions, Mr. Froelich, and just looking at page 2 of the brief, you can see the letter addressed to Boeing Canada Operations at 99 Murray Park Road, and it's not addressed to any individual or any even any department. And I would contrast that with the Maple Leaf one that we were just reviewing, which addressed it to their, I believe it was their finance department or their accounting department. Do you know how many employees are at Boeing at 99 Murray Park Road?
No, it's significant.
Okay, and there would be as you mentioned, this is not a perpetual non-filer, so it's a bit confusing as to why there may not have been a response here.
Yeah, that would
Okay.
be my, that'd be my,
All right. That is, those are my only questions for Mr. Froelich. Thank you. I'll have a submission on this when it's my turn to
Thank you,
provide
Mr.
evidence.
Mercury. I appreciate it. Sorry, Ms. Nesbitt, once again, I'm coming back to you if you have questions.
No questions. Thank you.
Ms. Penner, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
And I don't believe I have any questions either. So, Mr. Mercury, you have a presentation that you want
Yes.
to share regarding this?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. So you will have the brief that I provided. Normally would do this in rebuttal, but Mr. Froelich had given me the heads up, so to speak, that as we were discussing the value that he had this request for non-compliance. So I did have an opportunity to get ahead of this situation and investigate the matter for myself with Boeing because they do have a history of compliance here and would generally take these obligations quite seriously. So what I have in the brief, and again, I will try to be succinct as I can. I have, over the course of the past several years, had occasion to deal with numerous deferral requests of the city assessment department with varying results from both the Board of Revision and the municipal board. And what I will say is this, is that every case is somewhat unique and fact dependent. But as a starting point, the mere fact that a letter has been sent or even a signature appears on a Canada Post mailer is not necessarily indicative of the result. And I can provide you with several municipal board orders to that effect. But once I learned of the request of the assessment department, I did investigate the matter, and we have gone to the effort of providing an affidavit from Christine Godin of Boeing Canada Operations, and you will see this starting at page 6 of the material. And I will summarize the affidavit, and then I'll go through it. But Ms. Godin is essentially the head accountant or senior accountant in the finance department with Boeing Canada at 99 Murray Park Road in Winnipeg. It would be her department that is responsible for completing and compiling the information required in these information requests. I brought this to her attention and asked her to investigate the matter, and she has done an extensive search at the premises and can essentially find no trace of this particular mailer having been received by the people who would have had authority to deal with it and respond to it, and has made inquiries of various others and cannot find any trace of it. So in her affidavit material, she just provides, you'll just take you through it briefly, the background information. The initial assessed value was 43.276 million. And that was a material increase from the previous assessment board revision by agreement of 29,629,000. You can imagine the surprise of that increase in a 2-year cycle. But nonetheless, we've been able to resolve that matter. But with the deferral request that's being made, we are looking at a potential very significant penalty that Boeing would be asked to pay. And that's why we've taken the matter so seriously and investigated as to what may have happened with this. So the request for the deferral penalty, you'll see she deals with it. She provides copies of the request for property sale and income expense information, which the city says were sent, and that is simply the documents that Mr. Froelich has already provided. She makes reference to the Canada Post tracking sheet at Exhibit B to her affidavit, and that's we just see Exhibit B is actually starting at page 16 of the brief, and yes, sorry, page 20. What I'd ask you to note on this page 20, and you'll see this in Mr. Froelich's brief, is there's a scribbled signature there, but there's no indication of who actually signed for that document. It doesn't have a, you can see if you blow it up, it's a signatory name. It just says, has some initials there. So it's really impossible to determine who may have signed for this. So we go back to the brief, the affidavit itself, and she then provides a little bit more of a explanation as to what she did to look into the matter. She notes there's a long history of compliance by Boeing. That's at Exhibit C and also in Mr. Froelich's material. She noted that after having been made aware of this, she made steps to investigate. She's been employed with Boeing for about 10 years. She's the lead accountant of Boeing's operations in the finance department. All of her duties are identified there. And she confirms that it's the individuals in her department who have authority and responsibility to process and respond to requests for income and expense information from the department. She notes that the mailers are not addressed to any specific individual's attention or to the attention of any department. Boeing has approximately 1,300 employees at its plant at 99 Murray Park Road. And then what she's done is she's explained what the process is at Boeing when mail is received. So it's initially processed not by an employee at Boeing, but third-party security staff. So these are independent contractors who receive the mail. It's a highly secure facility for obvious reasons. Those people, I'm looking at page 5 of the affidavit or page 11 of the brief. Those individuals have no authority to open or otherwise deal with substantive matters that may be addressed in the mail. For any mail that's not addressed to a specific department or person, the security representative will attempt to determine and sometimes guess which recipient should receive it based on the identity of the sender. As mentioned above, the security staff are not authorized to open any mail addressed to Boeing. She's made diligent efforts to determine what may have happened to the mailers sent to Boeing, and has been unable to find any trace of these documents being received by anyone who would have had authority to address them. And more specifically, I've spoken with all of our accountants in the finance department who have thoroughly checked their files in an attempt to locate the documents. No evidence of receipt was found by any of the accounting staff. She's also confirmed with the payroll department. They did not receive these documents as finance-related mailings are sometimes inadvertently sent to them. So in summary, Boeing has no record of the missing mailers coming to the attention of anyone who would have authority to prepare and submit a response to the department. And to the best of her knowledge, Boeing has no receipt at all. And that's a sworn affidavit that we have provided to the board for consideration. And I would ask you to consider that in conjunction with now some of the municipal board orders that have been provided on this very issue. So I'm going to ask you to turn to page 24 of the brief, which is tab 3 of the brief. This is a decision of the municipal board called Mo Investments. This is the city of Winnipeg. It dealt with the 946 Cordon Avenue and a deferral request that was made. So in this instance, without taking you through the entire document, what happened is the city had sent a request for information to the subject property, which was leased, a leased property. And the property, the mailer there actually was evidence that was received by a tenant of the property who did not bring it to the attention of the owner. The owner had, it was Mr. Zeed in this particular instance, indicated that he had searched and had no record of having received this, and it was never brought to his attention. So if you scroll to page 9 of that decision, which is page 32 of the PDF, says the board is satisfied the assessor requested the information from the owner by sending the 2011 and 2012 first and second requests to the address for service by regular and certified mail. As to whether the evidence proves the owner received such requests, Litcherson, that's a Court of Appeal decision, has settled that although proof of service or request for information does not require acknowledgement of receipt, assessor must still establish that the request found its way to the owner. And then if you look at the next highlighted paragraph, the only direct evidence as to whether Mr. Z, now that's the owner, received the 2011 and 2012 request for information is that of Mr. Z. Mr. Z testified under oath that he did not receive it, either the first or second requests. Mr. Zhao, who's the tenant, not give him the 2011 second request, and he had never seen the 2011 and 2012 first and second requests. Not only does the board have no reason to question Mr. Z's evidence, the board finds his credibility is enhanced by his consistent compliance with requests for information for the food fairs over many years. And similar to this present case, Boeing has had a long history of compliance as well. So in that case, the municipal board, this was a decision from the chair of the board, denied the penalty request. And in this instance, we have a very similar situation. And in fact, at least in the Mo investment case, there was some evidence that the tenant who was occupying it actually received it. But even in that instance, because the owner had testified that they did not, and they made efforts to find it, that deferral request was denied. That really is one of the leading authorities in Manitoba on the deferral request. Another decision, this one I was involved in 2022, this case with the Russell Inns. I'm not going to go, it's a similar situation. The provincial municipal assessor had sent out a request for information, but there was no evidence of proof of receipt by the owner himself to deal with the matter. And just to look at the relevant findings of that, page 45 of the PDF. Again, the municipal board, first highlighted paragraph, before the deferral penalty can be triggered, the board must first make a finding of noncompliance. The board accepts the view of the Manitoba Court of Appeal that assessor must establish that a proper INA request was made and it found its way to the owner. The burden of proof is on the assessor to the established facts. So the last highlighted paragraph there, though questions have been raised on what happened to the numerous mailers that have been sent, the board is reluctant to dive into probabilities or speculation in making determinations on the issues of receipt. The law is clear, the assessor bears the onus of proving receipt, and it requires more than assumptions. So the deferral penalty was there, was denied as well. So the next decision is a numbered company. This is page 49, numbered company in the city assessment department. Another deferral request dealt with by the municipal board. You can see how many times these are dealt with by the board. Again, this case at page 60 of the decision references that Mo Investments case that I referenced earlier, and highlights the fact the board must be satisfied that a request for information was made and found its way to the owner. The owner assessor has the onus to establish these facts. And then at page 13 of that decision, the last highlighted paragraph, although proof of service does not require an acknowledgement of receipt card, the assessor must still establish that the request for information found its way to the owner. And as well, the board's opinion was the mailing request for information for service does not prove it was duly received by the owner. And again, the deferral request was denied. Finally, tab 6, which is page 68. And actually, I'm going to, there was an old Boeing case actually many years ago where we had a similar request for non-compliance. This was back in 2014. I was been involved for many years on this matter, and I recall vividly the hearing, and the same problem arose where they sent the a request for information to a general address at 99 Murray Park Road, again, with over 1,000 employees. And the Board of Revision denied the deferral request there. Again, and questions were asked of the assessor as to why we wouldn't at least direct it to a department so it could find its way to the owner. Again, the deferral request was denied. Finally, at tab 7, these are more recent Board of Revision orders from the last assessment cycle, several of them where I'm not going to go through them in great detail. I've highlighted the rulings from the board, and here in each and every instance of these cases that I was asked to assist the agent on, there were similar to the present case, there were acknowledgement of receipt cards that were filed, but it was illegible in terms of who actually signed for it. Many of these mailers were sent during COVID, I believe, and there was a real question mark as to who actually signed for it and whether they had authority to deal with them in the circumstances. And you can see the various board orders that are highlighted, and there are multiple requests by the City Assessment Department. In each and every one of those cases, the deferral request was denied. Of course, every case has to be decided on its own facts, but given the evidence that we have provided here, several years of compliance, we have a responsible organization in Boeing. It really is a mystery as to what happened here. But given the evidence that has not been challenged, or I don't believe Mr. Froelich is challenging Ms. Godin's evidence, that this just for whatever reason did not find its way to the owner, given the board orders that I provided to you. In this instance, it would not be appropriate to grant the deferral request. And subject to any questions you have, those are my submissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mercury. Mr. Froelich, do you have any questions of Mr. Mercury's information? You're muted, sir.
I wasn't going to have any, and then Jamie asked me a question that leads me to ask a question now. See, because the assessment department can't change mailing information to an owner based on our information. Has Kathy made a request to the data services department to maybe include the finance department?
It has been, in fact, it actually has been. Once this issue arose, my understanding, I was asked to make that request, and they have made the request, and the city now has updated their mailing information so that it is attention finance or finance department. And again, I think if you recall the Maple Leaf, I can't speak for what happened with Maple Leaf. They're also a very, very large organization, but hopefully in the future, with the revised mailing notation, that this can be avoided going forward.
Yeah, because I would prefer not to ask for it as well. No other questions. Thank you.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Penner, any questions of Mr. Mercury and his information?
No questions, thank you.
And Ms. Nesbitt, any questions?
No questions. Thank you very much.
The only question I think I'm going to ask of Mr. Mercury is, previous to your most recent request to have the mailer or to have the mailing address perfected to include finance department, I'm assuming your client had all mail sent to that address, including the tax bill and any other, and obviously they had mailers brought to their attention in previous years, correct?
Yeah, so with respect to the assessments and tax bills, I don't know if they're on tips or not, but the assessment is annually reviewed by our office. So it's not a matter of do we know when there's going to be an assessment, but That has been the address, Mr. Chairman, for some time. I expect that's where these mailers are sent. I think that occasionally, as with most owners, they will go online and prepare the responses to the information and the request for information online if they can see it and they log into their portal. I think most individuals, or I shouldn't say most, but I know some of them for sure will just be proactive and go on and just do not wait for the snail mail to come through. Um, but yes, this address has been the I don't know if there's any dispute that that's their mailing address. I
Yeah.
think the only question is this was something we addressed more than 10 years ago, where recall the board suggesting or strongly suggesting that at least put it to the attention of somebody, controller, finance department, and so forth. And I just think it's not surprising, frankly, that sometimes this can happen when you have an organization of this size and you have a third-party security firm signing for Canada Post mailings that come through. So, but to answer your specific question, yes, there's no question this is the address. I wouldn't dispute that.
Okay. And you, obviously, in the information that you've provided and the affidavit, they were unable to find a sniff of this document anywhere in their
No,
in the search parameters.
no, which is unusual. I mean, someone would if they read it, they would presumably either go to payroll or to accounting, likely accounting. But both of those departments and their staff and all of the representatives, certainly of the accounting department, I was told, and in the affidavit, they have no record of it. So there's not much more we can do, and we do know that they're generally a responsible organization in providing this information as
True
well.
enough. I guess then the only other question is, if your client was unable to figure out where it went, how could you expect the department to figure out where it went if it went to the correct address and it has been going there for a number of years?
Mhm.
You see the dilemma that we have here?
There's a dilemma, other than what I would say is that ultimately, who bears the burden of proof in these circumstances? And if there's debate as to whether proof of service has been provided, that really it is on the assessor. And I would remind the board that it is a heavy. There are some serious ramifications if for a deferral order, if one is granted, particularly in this instance. And I would go back to the Mo Investments case. In that case, they sent it to the property address. There was a tenant there and who actually received the mail. And I think the same question could be asked in that instance. Well, they sent it there, but there was evidence from the actual owner's representative in that case saying he may have got it, but I didn't. And I'm ultimately the one paying the taxes on this and I'm responsible for this. And the legislation says that the owner has to get it. And so I take that case and I compare it to what we have here. I think the best evidence and only evidence we have is that a non-employee or the likely circumstance here is what happened was a security guard or security person received the mail. That's what I'm surmising based on the evidence of Ms. Godin. And that was the extent of it. So do I have a perfect answer for you? No, I don't.
I'm guessing not, and I guess also from that perspective, you as the client's tax consultant through the years would be wondering why they may not have sent that through, I'm assuming. I'm making an assumption that you have
Yeah.
that relationship with the client.
I have inquired. It is somewhat of a mystery to me when Mr. Froelich brought this to my attention. I think both of us actually were surprised that there was there was a missing mailer. And you can see Mr. Froelich has, I think he's under instructions to ask for this, but there's something that doesn't feel right about this situation, given the overall circumstance. And normally in these instances, Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't go to the trouble of providing an actual formal affidavit, but they do take this matter seriously, and that's why you see the evidence that we've provided.
All right.
I have advised them, and I don't know this is germane to the hearing and irrelevant to the hearing necessarily, but I've advised them to not rely necessarily on the mail that is being provided, but to diarize every year the April timeline and go onto their portal and fill it out. And I think people's lives would be easier, but nothing's easy in this business.
I hear you, sir. Thank you very much. I think at this point, we will go in camera and we will debate whether we're going to accept or not accept this proposal. So thank you very much for your patience, gentlemen, and we'll be back to you shortly. Thank you very much. Welcome back all. Sorry for the delay. We have made a ruling on this, and what we rule is that we will not be granting deferral on this issue. So therefore, the value that has been agreed to by the parties of $35,565,000 is the revised value that both parties are agreeing to.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to suggest we have heard all items scheduled, and this hearing now is adjourned. So thank you very much again for your time and your patience. Gentlemen, thank you again for your submissions.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone. Take care.
Thank you
night.
very much.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
I'd say have a good rest of your night, but there's not much left of it. So have a good sleep.
Just
Need to go
Fine,
find some of those
I'm going to
pierogies now.
Yeah.